have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
The gods are reminding us!
I see wings of witches!
No! The enemy has slain our lord! You have the foe's victory point. I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Oh, whoops. I'm out here, cat. Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. That's a big my bad. Every time, dude. It never fails. Always out here casting our first game in silence. Anyways, well, we're back in here. That's a little embarrassing, but it is what it is, I guess. What I was saying that last game for the Empire was, you know, they were doing reasonably good damage with the Sunmaker, but the second the Sunmaker kind of trickled forward in that last game and got shut down by the Dowie heroes and lords, they just were pretty much donezo. That was their big clear tool. And their front line couldn't get anything going with all the Iron Drakes just roasting them down. The Iron Drake micro was really solid. Ulthar's Raiders were used really well. And that cannon in the back line was also a nice little pressure piece against the Empire. But we'll move on here to the Skaven. versus Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings generally very favored in this matchup. They've got fear on everything, obviously, which means that the poor leadership with the Skaven, you know, is always going to leave them lacking, especially in these undead matchups, where it's going to be even lower, just thanks to that immediate -8 debuff on everything as it gets into range of fear proccing on them, which really sucks for the Skaven. It is one of the things that definitely holds them back in the meta as a whole. I don't think Skaven are a poor faction like some people seem to think they are. I think they're a reasonably strong mid-tier faction. They just have some very bad matchups, you know. Skaven against any undead faction tend to struggle. They're not amazing against a lot of the demon factions. Those are a little less atrocious, just because there are mortals mixed in oftentimes, and they're a little bit better against those types. But they're very good against most shooting factions. And I do think, even though the Tomb Kings are a really tough matchup for the Skaven, this is probably one of the more winnable of the bad undead matchups, just because the Tomb Kings, they've got healing, but it's not amazing healing. Restless Dead, they're relying on proccing the lore passive constantly to get any kind of consistent, like, stacking heals over the course of the entire game. And Realm of Souls is okay. It's got nerfed after Immortal Empires initially released, and it was way overtuned. The point that it's at now, I think that Tomb Kings just don't have quite enough healing to survive making any kind of mistakes against the Skaven. If they really fumble the bag and they let their front line get really hard punished by the Skaven, they can fall off pretty hard because they're bad cap weight. And the Skaven do have some tools that can really catch the Tomb Kings off guard, like Rat Ogres are respectable in this matchup against Ushabti. You got Eshin Triads, who are very sneaky and are very good at getting up and killing stuff like Chosen of the Gods if they're able to sneak through the backline. And you've got more cap weight than the Tomb Kings. Not with Skaven Slaves. The Skaven Slave front line's not doing very well here. I mean, they just get folded up. Clan Rat's also doing pretty horrendously, but bringing some sword Clan Rats would be a better call here. Spears are better brought out in reserve, typically, just because your opponent's going to be going very hard for infantry early, oftentimes. So you can get a little extra damage that way. Really good shot with the Avalanche Mortar there on their first volley. Orb Fire Throwers moving in. Poison Wind Globadiers trying to kill these Skeleton Spearmen here. But whereas most factions don't like their stuff getting hit by the Poison Wind Globadiers, Tomb Kings, and the undead in general, it's not nearly as punishing. The damage over time sucks. They do reasonably well, just like poking away at these guys. But typically Poison Wind Globadiers are very good because they can break leadership pretty quickly on infantry by doing a bunch of damage to them. Whereas undead infantry, even as they're crumbling out, they're not going to get a lot of value. They're also dirt cheap, so it's not nearly as impactful as in a lot of other situations where the Skaven Poison Wind Globes can very easily value trade with just a handful of volleys. They're getting really hard punished by the Chosen of the Gods right now, who are doing a reasonably good job of swapping targets and keeping the weapon teams very honest in the early going here. And a really good dive with these Nehekara Horsemen getting up into the backfield. Warfire Throwers hard punished by Screaming Skull Catapult. Oh, Max Chevron's on this thing too. That would probably explain why it's been so accurate. I've been a little surprised to see it hitting so consistently, but artillery chevrons are not terrible. I've been noticing lots of people bringing either 1, 2, or sometimes even max on artillery pieces, and them really value trading quite nicely with the chevrons on them. Poison Wind Globes being pushed back. Skaven all the way in their back line, basically, like in the deployment zone, struggling to secure their weapon teams and artillery right now. Not a very good spot to be in, man. Apostrophe is doing a great job of just focus firing all of the expensive Skaven units who just can't find a way into the into position to punish any of the Tomb King's missiles. Doing okay damage to the front line, but again, these are like 300, 325 gold units. It's really not that big of a deal if they get killed, as long as they're very effectively pushing back the front line of the Skaven here. Because it's giving the Tomb Kings, who are normally just very bad at holding on to objectives, time to be able to secure a lead here. And they finally, after all this time, have managed to cap up their second objective and do seem very prepared to be able to hold this.
One of your units has been destroyed.
You know, the Skaven playing very, very front forward in this game, like rushing up onto these points, and maybe skirmishing a little too much onto the main Tomb King's position. I think if they had just like rotated the majority of their force to the other side of the field here, Tomb Kings would have had a little bit of a rougher time. I mean, the Screaming Skull catapult certainly would have had to move across the field to set up. The infantry also have to move over. All of that time repositioning and the potential for leaving little holes and gaps in the front line would have meant that the Skaven might have been able to compromise onto the catapults and the Chosen of the Gods a little bit better. Because they just haven't even been able to touch these guys, and they've, like I said, the value doesn't look all that impressive, but all of those weapon teams they've been shooting have been pushed off the field at this point because of the poor leadership of the Skaven, so the value lead is substantial for the Tomb Kings, but it's also a little misleading in the same breath, because the Skaven, what they've got left on the field is a Warp Lightning Cannon, a Rattling Gun that's about to die, and a bunch of Clan Rats, and that's about it. They've got a Plague Priest back here as well, some Doom Flayers, and, you know, Deathmaster Snicketch. You know, a respectable combat character, but he's not going to be able to carry this game here. He's just trying to hold in with the Council Guard. Only gotten 400 value. They're a very expensive unit, too. They're 1,400 gold, I think. Which is honestly kind of crazy for the Skaven. But, I mean, I guess an Unbreakable Howard unit with Guardian, 1,400 is not that unreasonable for a unit of this quality. They're probably not a very good unit for this matchup, generally speaking, because of their price point and because of their weakness to massed bow fire. Even with their decent armor values, just skeleton archers could poke them down pretty quickly. Lacking shields will do that to you. And then, you know, you've got all the AP stuff, like Chosen the Gods and the Screaming Skulls, to really, like, further punish this unit. Maybe as a very late game summon, just to hold down a point as the Tomb Kings are, like, spamming out horsemen and such, they'd be alright. Can't really see a lot of applications for them outside of that, though. I think we can pretty safely fast forward through this, because the Tomb Kings have got their triple cap. You know, the Skaven, they had a good points lead, but it's going to evaporate in no time flat here, as the Tomb Kings just punish all the units that are trickling forward. Can't really do anything like this against a faction with this much shooting. The best thing you can do, despite being this far down, just clean your backline up as best you can. Like, really commit to that. Find a way to get some artillery out on the field, and just try and scrap back a little bit of value before you try to recontest objectives. Otherwise, you're just throwing bodies up to get killed. And you can see here, the Skaven mostly flipping this, but then the cavalry move back over. And they easily sweep up the poor Clan Rat Spears, who are completely alone, terrified, and, you know, going to be scurrying away at this point. Skeleton Horse Archers being sent in against the Warp Fire Throwers. Cheap unit, man. Skeleton Horse Archers are great. The Tomb King's Bow Cavalry here are only 475 gold in cost. And generally speaking, they usually get that value back just from shooting their bows all game. You can see here, These guys have gotten 527 value, used up all their ammo, have recharged a couple clan rats, but they can also double reasonably well as melee cavalry. Their charge bonus and melee attack and weapon strength isn't amazing, but since they're undead cav, and they crumble rather than routing, they're surprisingly durable. They can be a real annoying unit for your opponent to have to contend with if you're using them correctly. Like, just poking at big stuff like these rat ogres is what you want to shoot with your bows. And then moving up and getting the rear charges on the clan rats has also been very effective. Yeah, just massacring the Skaven as they try to come in and recontest. Poisonwind Globadiers, again, getting really heavily punished by the artillery piece. A new Screaming Skull Catapult. This one without Chevron. Still doing pretty well, though. And that leadership debuff is just brutal, dude. The reason it's so bad is because it's a minus 18, and when you're talking about the Skaven with a base of 45 leadership, you're losing a full third of your leadership to begin with. Then you've also got fear stacking on top of that, so pretty much at all times, if your opponent has the Screaming Skull Catapults on the field, you can expect to be losing 26 leadership on any one unit that's being shot at by those guys. There's not a lot you can do about that. You just kind of have to eat it. I think the Skaven, I think maybe one of the only things they can do here is lean on their Eshin units, because the Eshin units can actually get up on the points and cap stuff early. They're reasonably tough to just kill outright. I'm talking about not only the Eshin Triads and the Death Runners, but also Gutter Runners, because they also have Stalk. They can avoid a lot of the long-range shooting from the Tomb Kings, and just skirmish over outside objectives with the cavalry, while the Skaven, like, build up some Rat Ogres, Clan Rats, and other just, like, massed bodies to throw forward late in the game. You also need your Jezzails out, like, the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. They were in reserve. I'm shocked we didn't see them. These guys have Snipe and Stalk, so they're always invisible while they're shooting until your opponent reveals them with a unit. They'd have been really good for counterfiring the Chosen of the Gods. And even against the Screaming Skull Catapult, they can shoot these things down. Jezzails are reasonably good at killing artillery. They do have to close quite a bit of distance. But like I said, with the invisibility they've got access to, they're much more well-tuned to pulling that off than trying to just, like, trot your weapon teams who are much shorter range under just a hail of withering leadership debuffing fire that just sends them running away, man. That was the long and the short of it. Was Skaven had no tools for, like, hanging in anywhere on the field. They just didn't have the right range tools out to punish any of the Tomb King stuff. So, I mean, cut the Council Guard, cut the Chieftain. Hold on, you know what, let's try and, let's actually go and see if we can build a Skaven army that looks like it might be able to do a little bit better in this matchup. Ikit's probably your best Lord option. Storm Demon's also pretty good at doing damage at long range. Bring him on the Doom Flare and not on the Doom Wheels, so he doesn't take as much damage. Brass Orb, not very useful here. Just cut all of these and just bring Flensing Rune and Storm Demon. That way he's as cheap as possible, so if he does get killed by shooting, you can reasonably expect to be able to summon him back in. He doesn't need to be fighting anything, he just casts Flensing Rune and fires off Storm Demon at onto the flanks of, like, Ushabti Greatbows or Sepulchral Stalkers or something, just to take some models off, because it does big damage to those units. I actually like the idea of a Chieftain. The reason I say that is you give power grab to this guy. And if Ikit dies, of course this dude ends up getting +8 leadership, not just for himself, but also use it map-wide onto every single one of the clan rats or Skaven units in general. Which means they're going to be able to hang in a little bit better. Just some unshielded clan rats. I think you want to bring some Night Runner slings here. As well as maybe a couple of Gutter Runner slings. Probably with the poison. Because these guys, very good at poking lightly armored targets, which the Tomb Kings have a ton of. Do you need to protect against cavalry? That's where like a couple of Eshin Triads can come in handy. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Eshin Triads are fast. They've got 54 speed. They can actually scurry around the field and effectively screen cavalry pretty well. It's one of their better uses, in my opinion. Because I think people just very often underestimate just how fast these guys can get into combat. They do lose some speed because of strength in numbers. But -10 still leaves them at 48, which is about the standard for fast-moving units that are infantry-sized. They can still cover enough ground to be able to get around easily. You can bring some more Clan Rat Spears. Natty Bubos. I don't know about the Avalanche Mortars, because these are usually better against factions that bring, like, high-quality infantry. That's not going to be the Tomb Kings too often. And they have a hard time shooting anything else, so I would maybe leave them at home. Probably just a couple Jezzails. You can bring them out and creep them up onto the field where they can start opening up, especially the Natty Bubos, who should probably be your first summon. And they can just poke away at range, do some damage to any big single entities, help Ikit Claw with his Flensing Ruins to snipe Kemrian War Sphinxes, Necro Sphinxes, any units of that type. It shouldn't be too big of an issue for you. Then you just want to throw bodies out, man, like with reasonable cap weight. But maybe some Plague Monks wouldn't be a terrible idea. They've got reasonable leadership for a Skaven unit. For 650 gold, and they're also good at clearing out chaff infantry. And they've got Frenzy, which means they have ITP. So the Terror and Fear not going to impact them nearly as badly as your other units. You don't want to over-index into them, but a couple wouldn't be a bad call. Ixis Triads, another anti-large Weeping Blade unit. Just something that can fight the cavalry as well as be pretty quick cap weight around the field. Hold on to objectives for you and maybe get some good ambushes off. As well as potentially threaten the back line. I did mention it, but it's fairly effective. Being able to creep these guys up onto the Sepulchral Stalkers as well as Ushabti Greatbows. If you can get just like 1 or 2 ambushes like that, these guys will massively uptrade into both of those targets, and that's where the Tomb Kings can end up in some real trouble, because if they lose their Greatbows, their artillery, and their Sepulchral Stalker type units, that's where a lot of their DPS is tied up, and they don't do nearly as well being able to counter-fire against you at that point. And you can start to really develop out a proper lead against the Tomb Kings at that point. Rat Ogres, not the best unit in the world, but they at least have Frenzy, you know? And they're quick, again, a good counter to the mobility that the Tomb Kings can throw out. Having them available helps. Storm Vermin are okay. They're good against most other factions in the game. As long as your opponent's, like, expensive infantry clear is dead, you know, Great Bows, Stalkers, units like that. The Storm Vermin can be a good bulwark for your objectives. But over-relying on these guys can get you in a lot of trouble, too. I don't know, maybe you could do 2 of them. And get rid of the Ixis Triads. You don't necessarily need those guys. You can mix them in here. Maybe even cut these, cut the Night Runners and just bring Skaven Slave Slings. Like, their leadership is so bad, they're just gonna run away when they get hit by a Screaming Skull Catapult. It's a tricky matchup. I mean, we're trying to mix in some of the better, tools, but even the good tools that the Skaven have, you know, like the Warpblack Jezzails, and I mentioned the Poisonwind Globadiers, in a lot of matchups, these units will hard carry you to victory with the kind of damage output they have, but against the Tomb Kings, they just don't have that many good options to open up on, especially considering they're much shorter range than a lot of the Tomb Kings shooting, or they're just way more expensive. You know, like, these Jezzails have to close the gap on the artillery. They've got to also contend with the fact that the airburst shots from Chosen of the Gods do massive damage to the weapon teams. Like, do a very good job of clearing out the individual models. With that poor leadership, it can stack up to end up being a really bad trade pretty quickly for you. Mutant Rat Ogres are also a pretty good option. They might be worth bringing in here. These are just some ideas you can work with. On the whole, probably not the best time. Never mind, that was a lame game. Are you talking about the Empire game? It happens. All the screams of the Empire soldiers set the mood. For real, right? You know, Empire are a fun faction, but it's kind of funny how, you know, theoretically, you know, they're a more compassionate, like, group in the Warhammer setting, but the way that you use your infantry in Total Warhammer here is basically just as heartless as if you're playing somebody like the Skaven. Functionally, very similar in terms of playstyle, which I find pretty hilarious. Emperor Karl Franz is definitely selling all those Empire soldiers some kind of bill of goods that they probably don't want to be picking up the tab for. Alright, here we go. Let's get the Haunted Vale rolling here. We got a Tomb King's mirror match. Mirror matches, not everyone's cup of tea. I'm usually okay with them, as long as it's, there's like a handful of factions, probably like 6 or 7 where I think the mirror matches are pretty boring. It's either the really high tier factions like Beastmen and Slaanesh. Those are pretty boring. And then also Vampire Counts, Nurgle, you know, slow, really grindy factions like that tend to be boring.
Kislev has faced worse than this rabble. The motherland endures.
Yeah, let's go. I'm sure Zarina on the other side there said the exact same thing. Mirror matches like the Kislev mirror, though, actually pretty fun because, you know, while Kislev may not be the most diverse roster in the game, they do have a pretty diverse set of play styles.
Keep it from the foe.
You know, there's this big, wide infantry type of play style that Depbox is going for. Shoga's going for a little bit more balanced of a build. We got armored Kossars here, some more Kossar spears, 2 Streltsy hiding in the woods, and an Incarnate Elemental. And then Zarina Katerin, who's got Heart of Winter. Okay, haven't seen that spell in a while. Ice Sheet, and then Ice Maiden's Kiss, as well as Frostfang. Frostfang's reasonably strong. not the craziest bound item in the game. On the other side, for Det Box, you've got Death Frost and Ice Maiden's Kiss. Ice Maiden's Kiss is just so good. There's no reason to not have it in most matchups if you're bringing Zarina. It just does big damage to unarmored units, while also imbuing a slow. And you can actually, okay, here's a real quick rundown of some funny stacking you can do for the Kislev slows. You can hit somebody with Ice Sheet, and then the Frostbite from Ice Maiden's Kiss. This 30% also stacks on top of this Ice Sheet cast. So you can lower the speed of units by 55%. And even though it only lasts stacked up like that for 10 seconds with the Ice Maiden's Kiss imbuement, that's more than enough time for your ranged tools to get one good volley off and hard punish something. And Suga's honestly doing reasonably well moving around the battlefield right now. A lot of unnecessary damage on Zarina here. Hopefully there's a Patriarch to be able to heal her up. Frostworm's coming out. The Streltsy do need to advance here, though.
Victory point.
Them just hanging out here, definitely not a good call. Oh, wait, I'm mixing this up. My mistake. Okay. I'm reversing the names here. This is what happens in your mirrors. Suga is the purple player. Coming in here with the more pared down spell kit. Ice Maiden's Kiss, Death Frost. Good damage on Zarina Katarine early here, and just moving up and taking the 2 objectives. Or did have the 2 objectives. I mean, got them early. Det Box is about to cap here, just because the more numerous infantry on this objective. But leaving your Streltsy back here, not a good play. Really needed these guys up earlier. That way you can counterfire your opponent and keep these horse archers more honest, because the skirmish for Kislev's very strong. These horse bow cavalry, very brutal unit. I was talking about how strong they were for the Tomb Kings. Arguably even more effective for Kislev, because these guys are super accurate, and they're way better in melee combat. And they're 600 gold, so a little more expensive. But generally speaking, as long as they're not getting really heavily counter-fired, and they're able to ride around and cap points and just poke away at big stuff, like the Incarnate Elemental, who's got pretty low armor values, you can get some insane value from those horse archers. Yeah, that's good focus fire. Suga doing a really good job of shooting down the big monster there. Kossars and the Streltsy just turned their attention over and just deleted that big old beastie. So the really wide style of Kislev, getting some pretty big value trades early. If you're playing a style like this as Det Box, I do think that this kind of a build can work even against a wide build like this. You don't need to engage your opponent's main line, though. Like, your opponent has as much shooting, if not actually a little bit more, because we have the Armored Kossars, yeah. So not only does your opponent have the same number of shooting units as you, they've also got some Kislevite warriors here, who if they get into combat with your shooting units, your opponent then has a ranged advantage that they can just blast your unengaged missiles with. Not a very good opportunity to trade for you. Just avoiding this combat entirely would have been a better call. Sometimes you just have to rotate. Sometimes you're not in a position to get the early caps, and you just have to be okay with that. You cap up 1 with your 2 Kossovite dervishes that you had out early. Get them up onto this point and try and take it. And then you just move your infantry over into the woods. Try and line up a little bit to stay safe from some of the poke here that Suga has. Lock this objective down. Build up in the trees. And try and get your opponent to, like, rotate the majority of their line to be facing you along this, like, green line here, trying to push into you, or at least keep your units here bottled up. Then you want to use, like, speedy, quick units, backed up by some reasonably effective melee infantry to then push the flank and try and overwhelm your opponent by shooting them with what you've got developed on your quote-unquote home objective. And just lock down whatever you can here. And counter push from there to get up onto this, like, number 2 objective. It'd take a while. It's a very slow, patient build-up style, but definitely the way to go about taking down a very concentrated infantry force like this. This is just a little too much to just wander into. The armored Kossars here, they've held reasonably well. But the spears, they got shot to pieces, and they're going to get run down here by the Griffin Legion in a minute, probably. The Frostworm and the Incarnate Elemental were way too lonely moving up. Suga was just able to concentrate fire, and has just killed these big monsters without them doing a whole lot. Zarina getting shut down by Narskia Leysa here. The Golden Knight rocking around. Taking down her sworn mistress, you know. We've got the, or maybe that was the imposter, I guess, you know. This is the body double that was corrupted by Chaos, I'm guessing. And has been misleading some of the bold Kislevite forces in one of the outer oblasts to rebel against their rightful ruler, you know. That's my headcanon for the mirror matchup here. Zargard, you know, they've got reasonable amounts of armor, but just being focused even by stuff that doesn't have a tremendous amount of AP, like the Horse Archers and the Kossars and stuff, you can see how quickly they get poked down, especially being engaged in a melee like this. The shots being layered in over the top, as well as the Kislevite warriors acquitting themselves reasonably effectively here with their AP halberds. They're just not long for this world, and, I mean, only 300 value on a 1100 gold unit. That's not a value trade you're going to be able to maintain for long, or a value trade deficit you can maintain for long. Suga's doing a really good job of keeping the units very well spaced here. Focus firing with the missiles, only sending stuff in to combat when it's necessary, as well as when they're out of ammo, just so that your opponent can't maneuver around as cleanly. The Golden Knight getting into combat here against the Streltsy, locking it down for a little while with some of the other units just poking away at them. Things in the Woods moving in to help finish off the armored infantry. Just really good patient play. You know, letting the opponent overextend into you. Like I said, focus firing well, concentrating the melee infantry to get up into the front and occupy early. That way the shooting units can get their value with the guns and the bows, and then just taking position with these guys in the later stages of the game, and sending them into melee combat off of the points against any remaining units that Depbox is throwing out here. Armored Kossars with great weapons. Depbox is not one thing that you really need to do, especially if you're going to play a faction like Kislev that's got all this hybrid shooting, is you really have to understand the fundamentals of playing a gun line. And probably one of the biggest foundational tips that will help you prosper is just knowing what proper spacing on the units are. Like, Dep just moved a big brick of units in a straight line forward, which is just something that's not going to work out for you all too often. One, your opponent can just cast wind spells and punish lines like that because they're so clumped up. Two, there's artillery, which can do the exact same thing functionally. And three, another issue with moving up in these big solid brick walls is if your opponent has their units spread out like these Kossars here with max width on the formation, they'll run in, and your opponent, or you as a player, if you've got your units like back to back, so to speak, and they're clumped up together, one Kossar will be engaging two of your units. And for a gunline faction, 2 of your missile pieces being shut down by 1 unit in melee is the absolute worst thing that can happen to you. Even worse than getting hit by spells. Because if you're getting hit by spells, your units can at least still be firing and getting value at range, which is what they want to do to begin with. It's not great to have them get nailed by magic. But if they're engaged in melee, like, yeah, Kossars are a reasonably effective unit in close combat. But that's not really where their damage comes from. They just double up as a line holder if they do end up in melee combat, you know. But it's much better to get all your ammo off before you engage in melee, and Depp has not been able to do that pretty much anywhere on the field, while Suga has gotten that done with just about every unit that has been sent out onto the field. Like, all the Kossars have got, or armored Kossars have gotten it done. This Kossar is going to be able to engage in melee, got its value back with the shooting. Only 500, not that crazy, but, you know, plenty of HP, plenty of cap weight. Just send it up and sit it on the edge of this point here, and it'll be able to hold for a while. And you can see, this is a little bit more of what you want. You want to stagger your melee frontline units a little bit. Just something like this, nothing too crazy, with your secondary longer range missiles right behind them. And you just want to overlap it. That way, if your opponent engages 1 unit, then you've got all the other units that can, like, focus either onto the flanks of the unit that's engaging you in melee combat, or just be able to fire over the top and still be able to contribute a little bit to help out your Kislevites warriors or armored Kossars, or whatever you're using as your main frontline engage piece. Griffin Legion coming out. Lots of chevrons. That's another pitfall, very common one. Don't use chevrons all that much. Not for stuff that you're bringing in reserve. It makes them more expensive. The increased stats, very rarely worth it. The only thing that benefits from chevrons, just unequivocally across the board, is artillery. Like, the artillery gets more expensive, but the accuracy and reload time reductions for artillery are substantial. Because artillery fires slow as hell. If you get max reload reduction on artillery, oftentimes you're talking about cutting 6-7 seconds off of the max reload time. Which is great for them, because they've got a lot of ammo. They'll be able to fire it off really quickly, and artillery is very squishy. If your opponent is able to collapse onto it, they'll kill it pretty quickly. Giving them the chevrons and allowing them to shoot faster means that you'll be able to unsummon it quicker. And if need be, even if you're unsummoning it when it has a bunch of ammo left, you'll still get a reasonable amount of your money back in exchange. There's not nearly as many drawbacks as just having, like, a Griffin Legion, who's now, like, probably, like, 200 gold more expensive, with 6 chevrons. How much is that? Kislev. Also, artillery are really long range, so them having chevrons, even, like, the thing about giving chevrons to units is it also just means that it takes longer for them to get to combat. That's a full, like, 300 gold more expensive. That is not great. And these guys have to engage in melee combat. If they get shot up before they even get in, then you paid 300 extra gold more for point sink. Artillery doesn't have to engage in melee combat, so it's a little bit more consistent that they're able to make use of the chevrons. Whereas the Griffin Legion basically are just hoping to outmuscle stuff and survive long enough to be able to use the extra stats. And they have to get up to the front line before they can do anything, while artillery can get summoned out and immediately start contributing and benefiting from their extra experience. Did we watch this one? Yes, we did. This is the game where the vampire counts, they did reasonably well. Storm of the Night did a lot of work, but they kind of got outmuscled by the High Elves on the points. Flock of Doom needed to be used a little more aggressively because there was a lot of blobbing from the High Elves, and the Undead definitely missed out on some opportunities to get some fat value out of that spell, because it hits everything that you cast it on. There's no limit on the number of targets that it can impact, unlike healing, which is a max of 4 units. I've just played the game a bunch. I've got like a fairly good grasp of how all of the mechanics work at this point. Once you know, generally speaking, what the unit archetypes are and how they function, you can generally, even if you don't know it off the top of your head, you can make a pretty reasonable assumption and guess as to how much something is going to cost. Like all of the Marauder variants, they're all within like 25 gold of one another. Like Norskas are 400, the Warriors of Chaos are 375, and then, you know, you're talking about the marked variants for the Chaos Gods, and they're like 450. The most expensive variant is the Slaanesh one. But where are they? The Khorne variants, they're 400, like the Norskin one. Tzeentch is 425. You know, there's like chaff shooting, like Blue Horrors, who are all generally in the 500 gold range. Vampire Coast, their handguns are 550. They've got hand cannons that are 500, stuff like that. And then Chevrons, they're the same amount of gold based on price across all factions. So for a 300 gold unit, you're paying 20 more gold to give it a Chevron. So for the Marauders, you can like pop this on a 400 gold unit, it's 3 more. It's 23 for a Chevron. And that kind of just scales up. At 1300, where's a 1300 gold unit? Oh, I know where one is. Or actually, it's just right here on this roster. At 1300 gold, you're paying 50 more per Chevron. So you can like scale it up pretty easily in your head, just doing a little bit of arithmetic to like know the unit prices with Chevrons or just without, depending on like how long you've been playing the game, and just kind of getting a general grasp of what the unit types are priced around at, you know, because it's pretty consistent. Shock Cavalry, Winged Lancers, Silver Helms, they're all within like the 800-900,000 gold range at the upper end, depending on if they have a shield or not. And it's pretty consistent across the factions, you know. Like the Silver Helms, you know, very similar to what a Winged Lancer is functionally. A little bit better stats, a little less charge bonus, but they're 1,000 gold, same as the Kislev variant. And the Empire Knights, 850 for these guys, you know. Little things like that can help you keep it all straightforward and a little bit more organized in your head. Alright, let's get back into an actual game here. Warriors of Chaos. Did we watch? I don't remember if we watched this one. We might as well, though. Oh no, we did watch this one. Okay. Go back on the VOD from Saturday and you'll see this game. Warriors of Chaos had their Soul of Damnation put in a lot of work, but they just kind of trotted their front line into the Cathay forces in front of the Jade War Drum, and just were not able to really get a lot of the business they needed to get done handled. They struggled pretty mightily in that game. I can't actually remember who won that one though. I think it was Tommy though. Alright, for Brosi and Mace here, we've got an Undead Mirror match. This would be one of the mirror matches where I would say maybe not the funnest to watch in the world, but Vampire Coast is a pretty cool faction anyways, and, you know, very flavorful that pirates would be fighting with one another. you know, figures, right? They're greedy and capricious beings to begin with, the vampire folk. Why wouldn't they be, like, even more so as pirates? Animated Hulk's moving up. Oh, we got the Fleet Admiral with the pistol on the crab here for Mace, which is very interesting. It does give this character, honestly, pretty crazy stats. I mean, this is a chunky unit now. You know, the HP pool is not that impressive, but the armor at 120, very resilient to, say, gunnery mobs here. All of the base missile damage is going to be mitigated by 120 armor, pretty much. Then you've got 55 melee attack, 50 melee defense, which is pretty respectable, both for damage output and defense. With good weapon strength, 280 AP, 120 base. Definitely not something that you see too terribly often, but I'm wondering if maybe it's worth, this Lord and Mount option might be worth using a little more often. I just don't play Coast all that much. So I would just really love to hear from the Coast players why you don't see this character on the crab all that often, because it's a 300 gold mount. That's fairly expensive, but definitely not breaking the bank for the extra survivability, in my opinion. Scurvy Dog's moving in. The two Scurvy Dogs for Mace are pretty beat up, but, you know, just a 2v1 almost always resolves in favor of the two units. Regardless of whether they're beat up or not, they generally just being able to get more models and a surround off are going to be able to win. They are able to crumble out Fabrosi's dogs here. Fabrosi taking quite a bit of damage here in the opening from the mortars mostly. Doing a very good job of focus firing the animated Hulks, pulling back these gunnery mobs who capped the objective early, but they've taken a lot of damage on the way out. Pretty unfortunate. I do like having the early vanguard of the pistol mobs so that you can cap some points quickly. But definitely once you cap the point, I would say probably just immediately retreating them is almost always going to be a good idea. Because pistol mobs, they're awful in melee combat. I mean, they get no value from it, and they really need the pistols in order to get any kind of work done. And they can fire on the move. You know, if they're just, like, retreating and your opponent is chasing them, getting them, like, back a little bit and just being able to pull through, like, any kind of melee unit, hopefully, and then turning around, counter-firing a little bit, and as your opponent starts retreating, then you can push them back forward and get them to fire a little bit as they're pushing down your opponent. They've also got Vanguard deploy, right? Yeah, they do. Okay. They're not bad to have in the back pocket to, like, push up from a little bit closer in than, say, like, your deckhand mobs or your pole arms and stuff like that, too. Mortars for Fabrosi opening up now, getting some good damage on the deckhand mobs, poking away at these guys. You know, mortars are a little disappointing as artillery pieces. Like, they're not terrible, they have good damage potential, but they fall off really hard against two things, that's armor and also really spread out formations. So the Vampire Coast units, you know, it doesn't look like they're very spread out, but when you get in on a micro level, really look at it, a high elf unit that's spread out like this would be a lot denser packed than the gunnery mobs are. So when mortars are hitting something like a high elf archer or Lothern Sea Guard, they're doing a lot more damage to a lot more models. Units like the deckhand mobs here, being spread out the way they are, typically a mortar will actually get a good impact and do maybe half as much damage as it would against a lot of other more tightly bunched infantry formations, which can be a big pain in the ass. They just are also wildly inaccurate. And you can see here, they're firing within pretty close distance of these units. and they're just not quite making effective impact in a lot of cases. And sometimes when they do get good impact, sometimes lightning does strike twice in the same place, which is a terrible position for mortars and artillery to be in, because they rely on explosion damage. So if, like, you impact in the middle of a unit and another shot lands in the same spot, you're doing half as much damage as you would otherwise if the shot had landed elsewhere. And that happens a lot more than you would think. Good Wraith Storm from our boy. We got Count Noctilus in here. Fabrosi starting to get a value lead, doing a very good job of just, like, maintaining the main formation and position of strength on the two objectives here. And Mace having a really hard time deciding where and when to engage. Like, overextending these deckhand mobs, like pushing them in the way that he is right now, not the best idea. Probably better to just leave them in the forest here, because the mortar's not really going to be able to hit super effectively into the trees. Over-pressing into the back line, they're just going to get isolated by whatever your opponent sends up. Not really going to be able to do a whole lot of damage, and Fabrosi's done a very good job of intercepting here. I think maybe was sending them in because the Mournguls obviously have been on some wild flank that I just now saw. They are on top of the mortar crew here, doing good damage. Should be able to take down this crew. If both mortars get taken down with the Mourngul, that would be a really, really nice jump from Mace.
One of your units has been destroyed.
There has definitely been some overextending out here from Mace, though. Lots of dead Scurvy Dogs. Like, 2 Scurvy Dogs died out here, I know. Looks like maybe another one tried to rush in and got killed as well. And there's a 400 deckhand mob with polearms trying to walk all the way around the battlefield here. Too slow? No way this is ever going to work out. You know, Fabrosi, all Fabrosi needs to do to shut this down is throw a Scurvy Dog forward. Or, better yet, like what Fabrosi is doing here, use the Bomber Mob to punish these guys as they're trying to move around the back. And as the Vampire Coast, it's just not, it's not an enviable position to be trying to push all 3 objectives at once. That's very rarely going to work out. It's much better to just commit yourself to trying to grind on 2 points and make it happen there. That way you're not overextending too much. Once you start to overextend as the Vampire Coast is where you really end up in a bad position. You lose protection for your missile units, who are very important. They can get poked away at that point, and once the shooting is gone for vampires, they're terrible. They're zombies. They're not the worst in the game in terms of a melee unit. They've got full cap weight at least, and they have, like, okay weapon strength, even if their melee attack and melee defense is horrendous. You just don't have a lot of access to high DPS units. You've got Depth Guard and Mournguls, and that's about it. The Rotting Promethean Gunnery mobs, I guess, work as well. They're much more expensive, though. Just making better, like, maximum use of your gun line is really how you win with these guys. And Fabrosi's doing a little bit better of a job, I would say. The values have kind of flopped around. The Mournguls did shut down both of the mortars here. Oh, that's huge for Mace. Are the infantry fights going to resolve in Mace's favor, though? That's the question, because they have been hammered on the infantry front. There was also a reasonable amount of damage being tied up in Count Noctilus, who's been getting pounded a little bit. Despite having the value lead, I think it's a little deceptive. I don't think Fabrosi's in a very bad spot. I mean, has a triple cap now. Has enough shooting here to be able to, like, hold on to this number 2 objective for a little while longer now. Getting these bomber mobs back and throwing onto the Sirens would be really nice. Moving up some more pistol mobs, deckhand mobs, Scurvy Dogs in the back here, going to rally in a minute. Shade Wraith Gunners, though, this is a really risky summon. I mean, the Fizz Res is really nice. They're not going to go down super quickly here. Is the Scurvy Dog Swarm going to be able to save these guys, though? I mean, they just have no HP, which is their biggest issue. They get hit very easily because they're poor melee defense. They're slow as dirt, too. I mean, yeah, they're getting hit by Frostbite, but 23 base value speed is pretty abysmal. If they get compromised at any point, it's very rare that they're able to escape, and their leadership is pretty awful. And Crumbling isn't that bad for units like Deckhand mobs, because they got a ton of health. But if a unit like the Shadewraith Gunners starts crumbling, they're going to die pretty fast, because their HP pool is so tiny. And while it's not the most damage in the world, it is going to be for this very small entity size and HP pool. So, I think that Mace did enough damage to be able to kill these dudes. It's a lot of gold to be losing at this stage of the game like that. Basically, the Shadewraith Gunners need to be babysat, no matter where they are in your formation. They're a big investment because of their cost as well as squishiness. And like I said, I mean, this is usually not a dive that's going to work out. That Mace tried to pull off back here, but just because of how squishy this unit was actually able to get some pretty serious damage on them. Oh, their leadership is actually stabilized here. They've got 17 models left. They're nailing these Fellbats. The Fellbat's still going to be able to finish them, though. God, this is a Coughing Baby versus Coughing Baby matchup. Fellbats versus Shadewraith Gunners, man. Who's gonna take the dub there? It does look like the Fellbats do get pushed off. Shadewraith Gunners with 15 models, them rallying here and coming back in the late game, gonna be pretty nice. Maybe gonna be able to pound the handguns on the hill here, poke at the Scurvy Dogs, get a lot of crumbling damage in here, damage that's not valued properly by the damage value bar here either. Something that I would actually prefer to see, this is something I've been thinking about for a while, instead of doing this gold damage value meter, instead just have a bar on the screen that just shows the amount of army value that has died. Like, all in. Like, crumbling damage and, like, just the overall, like, numbers, the raw numbers of how much has died on the field. I think it would be a much better tool to have out and available. It'd be a little bit more reflective on the whole of the state that a battlefield is in, I would say. Sirens have gotten 200 kills over here. Holy crap. Pretty impressive. Still haven't gotten their value back, though. Shadewraith Gunners here trying to get some damage. They are crumbling the Sirens here now with the Discourage effect. The Scurvy Dogs getting in here as well are also going to start losing a bunch of leadership. This Siren with the fire from the Shadewraith Gunners still able to hold on to this number 2 objective. Just because these guys are on the very outer edge. And a lot of the units here that Mace Hindu has up on this point are incredibly beat up. Has finally flipped 2 of the points, but that triple cap was just held way too long. It's not actually going to be able to make it happen, and wow, look at that. Fabrosi actually ended up holding this point. The Shadewraith Gunners, with the damage they're doing to the Scurvy Dogs and the Sirens here. This Siren unit, able to actually hold on to that point there at the end. Brutal stuff, man. Pretty close game on the value. Fabrosi did a much better job of keeping the shooting online for longer and holding on to the objectives. That's oftentimes the kind of situation it comes down to at the end of games, is who's able to actually just maintain cap weight oftentimes. Very well fought by both players. The one thing I would say that Mace needs to do, not commit onto flank fights away from the main engagement. As a slow faction like this, like your Scurvy Dogs and your Fellbats, need to be helping out your front line and your shooting to try and get a leg up over your opponents, and that really didn't happen. They were used a little haphazardly. And it let Fabrosi feast a little too much, in my opinion. But there were some good things, definitely. Good dive for the Mourngul into the backline, killing both mortars. Probably the biggest thing that went well for Mace. The Sirens, they came out. They were doing reasonably well. Probably just bringing a couple of them up and not bringing so many Fellbats out would have been a little bit stronger. And Animated Hulks, probably not the tool that you want here. Very low armor, a lot of shooting. Cutting those guys and probably just bringing more guns of your own would do you better. Like I said, you're trying to win the value trades at range anyways. And just having more handguns and more bomber mobs to punish your opponent's front line and their own shooting, probably going to get you a better leg up than having a bunch of animated Hulks who aren't going to do a whole lot. Chaos Dowry versus Empire. Let's do it, man. Better to have them on foot and be smaller targets. Okay, that makes sense. Why not? Yeah, I mean, that figures. I mean, you don't really want them to be fighting all that much anyways. Even if they are on the crab, they're really there for the magic. I guess that makes a lot of sense. And do they lose the ability to hide in forests if they're on the Promethean? That'd be another thing. That would probably limit the effectiveness of it. War wagons trotting out, rocking up. Gonna be getting on the #1 objective here. Gonna be going for a Light Wizard and Boris Todbringer. You know, Boris, if you're gonna not bring life magic, generally speaking, better than Karl Franz. Karl Franz a better duelist and fighter overall. But Boris has the passive healing and has some good leadership and melee attack debuffs with like Blood Roar, as well as Crush the Weak. A little bit more independent, a little bit better support, and allows you to branch out to some of the other lores of magic that the Empire can make really good use of. Especially light magic, dark magic, and on occasion, the fire magic can be really strong. If you want to bring metal magic, you just bring Balthazar Gelt usually. Bufo, just rolling around. Got the Bale Taurus character, Chalice of Blood and Darkness. Very pared down spell kit, very compacted, and just going to be trying to use Burning Head to mulch through the State Troopers' front line, which is not a bad idea. Empire, you know, low armor across the board on most of their infantry. I think Greatswords are the only thing with a reasonable amount. I think they've got 95. They're the only thing that can survive Burning Head. So Burning Head is very consistent against the Empire. I will say, though, that oftentimes against the Empire, it can be really nice to have a Metal Mage as well. For two reasons. Metal Magic, you've got Searing Doom, which is amazing at hitting concentrated enemy positions. And very good against enemy cavalry. Does big damage to cavalry units, just because of the profile on cavalry. Like, low models, you know, reasonable amounts of HP per model. But Searing Doom just does so much damage, and it does so much AP damage, it usually just mulches through those types of targets. And Plague of Rust is also pretty nice. Being able to debuff armor on the heavy cavalry can also be good. Although maybe the Chaos Dowry don't care about that, because they've got lots of AP shooting. Got Death Shrieks, of course. They've got Infernal Guard Fireglaves. They've got Iron Demons. With their shotguns can do reasonable damage to cavalry. The only thing that would really benefit from the Plague of Rust on the heavy cav of the Empire would be the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, who I do think are pretty nice in this matchup. But Bufo's going for a more traditional, like, infantry-centric opener here. is bringing up some Wolf Raiders and doing a very good job of just taking 1 point, getting the Death Shriek in a good position where it's screened by trees so the Hammer of the Witches can't shoot it, and just pounding the opponent's expensive infantry. Expensive is, you know, a sliding scale after all. For the Empire, a 600 gold infantry unit with Unbreakable is very elite. Not so for a lot of other factions. Flagellants wouldn't really be all that impressive on a lot of other rosters. But I think they're a little underrated for the Empire. I think there's definitely matchups where they can really shine. I don't know about this one, but I think in some of the Undead matchups, as well as some of the Chaos matchups, the Unbreakable on the Flagellants with like their reasonable melee attack and weapon strength, I think in some of those scenarios they can really thrive. Boris definitely needs to stay out of range of the Death Shriek. He's been hit a couple of times. He is healing up pretty quickly. Not that big of an issue, but he doesn't want to just get pounded all game and not be able to punish the Bale Taurus character as it comes in. Blazing Beards of Basharik basically one-shot the Swordsman. So this is a really small thing. It's not that big of a deal, but that first volley from Bufo onto the Swordsman did so much freaking damage. It basically one-shot the unit already. You don't need to throw the blasting charges in again. One, the unit's pretty much dead. You've done your work. Two, when the units are spread out like this, for units that have multiple blasting charge volleys available to them, just the first volley is fine. It'll toss the unit all over the place, and the second volley is way more inaccurate. And because the unit isn't as bunched up anymore, it does a lot less effective damage. So throw the first one in, and then if you've got the micro to spare, turn Fire at Will off and give them an alt click into melee combat. That way you've got a blasting charge volley for later where you can really maximize the potential damage that it can get for you. Really good net of Ammon talk here. Locking down the Bale Taurus character. What kind of follow-up do we have here? We do have the Silver Bullets, but a brilliant push by Bufo through the front line onto the Silver Bullets here. Going to shut them down before they can get a bunch of damage in here. And the Empire Knights were charging into some Hobgoblin Cutthroats, so a little out of position to stop the Wolf Raiders from getting in here on the Silver Bullets, man. Now, a good replacement here, pulling the Swordsman in. That way the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders can't chase down the Silver Bullets as they're retreating. Very good call. Just keep them all in here. You should be able to save these guys. Burning Head goes down, nails the Swordsman, it looks like. Good damage on the Flagellants too, I think. And we do have the Iron Demon over here. Gets a Terror Rout on the Swordsman. They Terror Routed, and then their leadership broke, and now they're just going to get chased off the field. That is really painful. So many entities left in that unit. Wolf Raiders are being pushed back. Boris did rally to the aid of the Silver Bullets with the Empire Knights. Got a lot of routes here, which is nice, but the Chaos Dowie did end up with the leg up in that fight, I would say. They've done a very good job of pushing up onto the number 2 objective. They've got quite a few very healthy infantry units in here. And most of their really expensive stuff is very functional and very geared up to start to really crush the Empire's higher value units. Like the Empire Knights here. Gonna get shut down. The Silver Bullets, you know, the Infernal Guard Fireglaive should probably be trying to focus fire these guys. Being able to poke them at range and keep them honest would be really nice. War Wagons also getting shut down over here. One of them taking a bunch of work. Against the Wolf Raiders, doesn't lose any models, which is really nice, but got to play very cautiously with this thing. That way the leadership doesn't break, and that way if it gets engaged again, it's probably just going to lose all of those models that were lucky to be surviving there in the first place. Shem's Burning, Gaze, and Hammer the Witches. Good focus fire onto that Iron Demon, but maybe not enough, maybe just not enough to punish the more expensive tools that the Chaos Dowie rely upon. Empire has a lot of really good cheap shooting. And as good as Boris Todbringer is as a character, against a Bale Taurus, he's a way inferior fighter. I mean, just straight up worse in every category. And yeah, like I said, he's got healing, but this guy's also got healing. Like, Chalice of Blood and Darkness procs every time your opponent is casting magic. Or not every time, but on a 90-second cooldown, it's proccing, and it's a 10% heal. Light Wizards with Shems and Net of Ammontok is going to be casting fairly often, and over the course of a long game is probably going to heal cap this big old monster, and Boris is not going to win in the long term against that. Especially with the Focus Fire from the Death Shriek. Going for a cheaper Lord probably would be a better call for the Empire here. Although maybe, I mean, maybe you just need to play more carefully with Boris. I mean, you just got to keep him out of range of this rocket launcher. Like, the thing about these Death Shrieks is they're really annoying. They do a lot of damage, and they can get their value back really quickly and be quite devastating. But they are a little limited because they turn really slowly. Where the hell is it? Here it is. They turn really slowly, like very unmaneuverable. They're very vulnerable to being dived. If you can just keep stuff around back here to maybe threaten this thing being pushed and keep your Lord back a little bit, either killing it or just staying back and maybe forcing it forward a little and then maneuvering to the other side of the field and it constantly turning and having to do a whole bunch of wiggle wobbling to try and hit high value targets can leave you a little bit better positioned to survive its wrath. It's hard. It's really hard to say, man. Chaos Tower are really tricky. I do think the Empire is generally favored here, though. Like, Empire State Troopers, not amazing against the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, but very good against all the Hobgoblins. And if they are able to, like, charge in, like these Flagellants are, and shut down the expensive Fireglaves and such, that is just brutal, man. That sucks. This unit, yeah, they're decent in melee combat, but really only at holding. They're not very good at actually doing damage. And they can get worn out just being locked in combat all game. And Greatsword's getting up to them now. Jar Jar, despite having a few rough engagements early, and not keeping a ton of shooting alive and functional, does still have all the War Wagons, who are really nice to have out, and has developed out some Free Company militia. Without that Iron Demon on the field, which has just gone down here, mind you, the Chaos Tower are going to have a hard time getting through all of the chaff here that the Empire has, who are pretty, like, reasonable on the leadership front, as well as just being quick and able to maneuver around and chip damage off of these very expensive Chaos Tower warriors. Probably going to be in a pretty good spot for the mid-game here to be able to really start to lock down the objectives and maybe take this game. We'll see how Bufo is going to scrap back into this one. A little bit on the back foot here. Not a lot, but Jar Jar has done a very good job of getting back into this one, where the early engagements, and especially Boris being hammered down so badly, was not looking too great.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
And the Burning Heads just haven't been all that impactful. I mean, 1,000 value on that guy. A couple good casts, but nothing too tremendous. Oh, and a Skullcracker coming out, but a really good Net of Ammontok here on the Pistolier shooting in close combat here. Even with the Hobgoblin Cutthroats up in their face, they're able to get some volleys off. Greatswords do get pushed back. Unfortunately, not able to finish the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. I'm guessing that Skullcracker helped to do some damage to them. It's got... No, it doesn't have a lot of value. I wonder what killed them, man. Greatswords just fallen off there. Who's to say? Greatswords are a very odd unit. On paper, they look really good. And sometimes they really are an excellent tool. But oftentimes I find they just get shot to pieces before they can even engage. They just don't synergize amazingly with the rest of the Empire army. And it does look like the Death Shriek, as well as some timely pushes, with some Wolf Raiders, man. War Wagon Boneyard out here. I saw one went down earlier. Looks like a couple more down here. This one's shattered, and they must. I think they recharged the Chaos Chowie Warriors, and they just shoot those guys up, man. Broken and shattered bones and bodies everywhere. I love War Wagons, but they are 875 gold. They're actually kind of expensive, and they really need to be functional over the course of the entire game with the majority of their models to get their value back. They're punishing the caster here reasonably well, but he should still be able to get some healing if there's any more nets and shims. And Bufo's done a good job with the rest of the army here in the mid game, just rallying up and not overstretching. Holding on to the #1 objective over here. The #2 looks like it's going to be the next target here for the Chowie. Oh, sorry. I'm getting the caps mixed up. Jar Jar's holding on to the #1. Bufo's holding on to the #3 and the #2. Good focus fire there. It looks like the Hammer of the Witch is actually able to shoot the poor Bale Taurus out of the sky. That's gonna hurt, man. Oh my god. Or he's already fallen off of the Bale Taurus, so at least the full body weight of that big-ass monster not landing on him. Oh, here he is. Poor little guy. He's okay. Don't worry about it. He's napping. Death Shriek. Just no answers for this thing. It's very hard to shut these down. Yes. Hammer of the Witches would be really good for countering it, because it does outrange the Death Shrieks just a little bit. Spray Fire mode is very damaging to the crew, but as long as the Hammer of the Witches gets a few volleys off, they're usually able to kill the Death Shrieks fine, but it being able to sit behind the trees all game is just beautiful for Bufo. It is just getting away with murder right now, and there's not a lot the Empire can do about it. They'd have to commit cavalry back here to do it, which is something they could accomplish. Like a couple of Empire Knights pushing with the War Wagons might have been able to compromise this artillery piece back here. They'd have to do it very carefully. Like, the War Wagons would probably need to, like, post up out here and be very aware of what might come out of the Vanguard. But that's why I'm saying you bring 2 Empire Knights. So my thought here is, you get the War Wagons. You come all the way around this edge of the battlefield. You know, you wait for the main engagement to do this also. Get your War Wagons set up, all 3 of them here. Maybe be able to poke a little bit against the Death Shriek through the trees, and also from the open edge here. If your opponent brings Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders or Bull Centaur out, you use 1 Empire Knight to engage here. The other Empire Knight can then rush in and try and kill the Death Shriek rocket launcher, while the War Wagons can then kite safely away. It's a lot of commitment, and maybe it wouldn't really even work out if your opponent plays it correctly, but with the fact that Bufo really wasn't leaving a lot back here, maybe there would have been some opportunities. And Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, they're okay, but they have nothing on Empire heavy cavalry. Like, Empire Knights will just absolutely can a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider with no problem whatsoever. I mean, they win on the charge, and these guys don't have a lot of HP. So that charge bonus and the reasonable stats, and then also the heavy armor mitigating a lot of damage that the Wolf Raiders could do, usually means that they have just fat uptrade potential against the Chaos Dwarves. And I do think overall the Empire is usually going to be advantaged here. But they've just lost, like, all their infantry presence that they had developed out in the mid-game. And their the Empire Cavalry right now, a lot of them are just breaking and routing. They're getting chased off the field. And they're trying to run over a lot of infantry as well. And the Blazing Beards of Basharik with 288 kills, man, have been anchoring a lot of these objectives and have really swept the battlefield really nice. Big volleys on some swordsmen here early. They've been grinding here in the middle, I would guess, and ended up all the way over on the number 1, and maybe, you know, before the battle is over, they can make like Magellan and do a nice little full circumnavigation of the battlefield as their victory lap. Freight Company Militia falling to the focus fire of the Infernal Guards, as well as the fury of the Blazing Beards here. I mean, just having a Chowie Warrior unit with Frenzy and good stats, not just melee attack, but also melee defense, is pretty brutal. Empire, very bad against armored infantry in general. And this is one of the few areas, I would say, where the Chowie have a true advantage over the Empire, and they have just been able to keep their armored warriors alive a little bit better than the Empire has been able to clear through the Chaos Dwarf warriors and keep their own state troopers around and available. And the mobility fight's starting to really swing in favor of the Chowie as well, which is just not going to end up going well for the Empire in the long term. Even with the fact that they're taking the number 3 objective, they're just too far behind. They don't have enough time to work with to be able to get up onto these other caps and take these positions away, considering there's Wolf Raiders over here, Granite Guard anchoring the middle, punishing some Empire Knights as we speak. Tattered Bull Centaurs here, and the Empire is kind of stuffed up in here with a whole bunch of infantry being harried by the Chowie Warriors here, as well as the Wolf Raiders who are just cycle charging through them. Bufo, very, very good micro. And very focused on back pressure when there's opportunity to wombo combo with both cav and heavy infantry, like locking positions down and making a whole bunch of space for the value trades elsewhere. It's very impressive. That can take a long time to get down execution-wise. And it's honestly even more difficult for the Chowie to pull off, but it was done pretty well there. The Wolf Raiders didn't get tremendous value, but they still got respectable enough that even though they downtraded for most of the game, it wasn't so abysmal that the value that was gotten elsewhere didn't make up for it. And make up for it several-fold, especially in the case of the Deathstreak Rocket, the Blazing Beards here. This Fireglaive unit 2x'd its value, might have been able to triple it by the end of the game there. And the Granite Guard also rocking up, easily paying for themselves. Just good value on all the expensive stuff, while the Chaff was able to just hold and equip themselves reasonably enough for the Chaos Chowie to just grind down the Empire front line. I like the War Wagons. I don't know if they're good against the Chowie, though. I think you probably want, what do you want? You probably just want to max out on heavy cavalry. Some Pistoliers would also be pretty good. Outrider grenade launchers, I think, are a must. Playing into the skirmish game without relying on this heavy AP is probably a better bet. Because War Wagons, they're not going to be able to shoot the Chowie infantry because of the shields. Silver shields are going to mitigate most of the effective fire the War Wagons could have there. They can hammer the Sorcerer Prophet all they want, but this guy is going to get a lot of heals as long as you're casting magic. And if you bring a light caster, you're committing to casting Netta Amontok and locking down expensive stuff. So he's probably going to heal a whole bunch. And if your opponent's really smart and really good at the game, they're going to see that you've got, you know, War Wagons on the field. And they're just going to play away from those with their big single entity. At which point, they can only shoot at the Iron Demons. But Iron Demons are unbreakable. It's going to take forever for War Wagons to wear those things out, and the Iron Demon will probably have done enough damage that even with the War Wagons trading well against it, it's not going to work out for you in the long term, because you'll have wasted so much time fighting against it. Generally speaking, the way you deal with Iron Demons is gunning it down with like mass infantry fire. The Hammer of the Witches did a pretty good job of punishing it. The nets were really good for reining it in. The only thing I think the War Wagons would have been good for is diving that Death Shrieker in the back line, where they could have really used their speed to harass the flanks of Bufo, kept the Wolf Raiders out of the frontline fights, pulled the Bull Centaurs away, maybe even forced the Infernal Guard Fireglaves back, as well as made the Death Shrieker have to, swap targets away from Boris the whole game, who really got shut down by that thing. There wasn't a lot he could do about it. Especially with a big, another big single entity on the field that can outduel him. He was looking like a really bad choice. It's a little unfortunate. That's a live and learn type of game. Chowie are tricky. It's not easy to figure out their shenanigans and strategies. Because they can do, they don't have the most varied roster, but they do have some pretty strong build archetypes that they can mix and match with in most matchups. So they're not super predictable. The only really predictable thing about the Chaos Dwarves is that they're going to bring an Iron Demon if you're not an undead faction, pretty much. And that they're probably going to be bringing the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. Or, not Fire, but just the Sorcerer Prophets with the Chalice of Blood and Darkness. That's really where you can call them out. But they can do either, they can do mass infantry with the shields and heavy armor. They can do gun lines where they don't bring anything other than Goblin Laborers, and they just bring a bunch of blunderbusses and fireglaves, backed up by Bull Centaurs and stuff. They can do mass artillery pretty well. There's a lot of really cool stuff that they can make use of. We have seen this game, I just realized. Levis ends up winning this one. If we did see this one, I don't remember it. In fact, I don't think we did see this one. Yuck Lin coming in here with Khorne. Big infantry push, lots of Bloodletters. So, Bloodletter spam against the regular Dowie is very strong. Bloodletters wreck the Dwarves. Against the Chaos Dowie, though, Chaos Dwarves have enough tools that they can bully Bloodletters pretty badly. Now, you can still use Bloodletters in this matchup, but maxing out the numbers, that I'm not so sure about. I think that Khorne is better served with some Chaos Warriors with a little bit of Bloodletter support in reserve for their infantry core. And then playing the mobility game with their Fleshhounds, Minotaurs, throwing axes are pretty solid here in this matchup. They can do a lot of damage. Not just to expensive single entities, but Khorne Horsemen are very good at killing chaff. So the Chaos Dowie have to be very careful with their Goblin Laborers and Hobgoblins, or they'll get clowned on a little bit by the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. Just because the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne have insane stats when it comes to weapon strength and charge bonus. If you can get your micro down pat with those units, they just absolutely clown on just about everything in the game. They're a very hard unit to maximize the value on, but if you can, they can easily double or even triple their value in the right circumstances. Very smart by Yuck Lin getting up in the forest here to hide from the Deathstreak rocket launcher. Another thing that Khorne can make good use of here is Skull Cannons. Skull Cannons did get nerfed. They're not nearly as good at just poking down heavily armored infantry at long range as they once were. But I will tell you that one thing Skull Cannons do very well, they can poke down Deathstreaks pretty effectively. What you do, you don't want to just bring one Skull Cannon out and immediately send it forward to try and shoot these things. Wait for your front line to engage and then summon the Skull Cannon out and just run it forward. Get it into the front line where you're probably going to win. Khorne very rarely loses the infantry grind. It's very difficult to just take them offline. That's why infantry spam is so common for Khorne. But you use the Skull Cannon, or the Skull Cannon to run forward. Get it within, like, half the distance of its range in the Death Shriek. And you just want to, like, you want to target ground. You can alt-click behind units to target ground, especially against stuff like Hell Cannons and Death Shriek rockets, and you'll actually shoot more accurately, and you can kill these things pretty quickly. Because Skull Cannon's missiles do, like, 400 damage with each shot. These guys, they don't have a ton of HP. Also, the Vortex will do damage. I forgot to mention that. The Vortex from the Skull Cannon, it's actually pretty good at doing some chip damage to this thing as well. And with, like, 3 or 4 shots hitting, the Death Shriek is going to be low enough on its leadership that it's very likely going to break. And then you can also use swarming elements like Fleshhounds and Furies to get back here, and all you need is just like 1 Fury or 1 Fleshhound to get on top of this thing and kill it. But you don't want to try and do that early. You've got to resign yourself to the fact that the Death Shriek is going to get some kind of value, but you saw it here. The Airburst projectile from the Death Shriek is very dodgeable, because it does not heat seek or track units. If you just move the unit that it's trying to shoot at, if it's using the Airburst ammo, it'll miss 9 times out of 10. It's very easy to dodge. It's really just the Demolition Rocket that you need to be careful of. The Demolition Rocket does track, and it's almost impossible to dodge. So, just keep your single entities out of the way, dodge with your infantry, and then get the engagements in the front line to then just, like, swarm in and overwhelm the Chaos Dwarves, because that's really how you can beat them more often than not. Chaos Dowie fall apart if you're able to just, like, hard push down their gun lines more often than not. Yuklin is actually making a mistake not full sending these Bloodletters in. It's giving time for the blunderbusses here to start to open up and do some damage. We do have Minotaurs, and we've got Blood Beasts coming in here, but we've got more Blood Beasts coming in. Not summoning this Blood Beast would have been really nice. A couple Furies here would be huge. 2 Furies flying in, and one of them can engage this Blunderbuss, and another tries to get on the Granite Guard. Your opponent's very overwhelmed with all their other tools. They're not going to have a lot to defend these guys and peel the Furies off quickly. By the time they do peel the Furies off, the Bloodletters will be forward. Then the Bloodletters can just finish off these Blunderbuss units. Probably still going to be able to do that. They're close enough in that they are able to lock horns with these guys. The Marauders are also pushing in after beating the Goblin Laborers, and Bufo's in a lot of trouble here. Oh, Flames of Asgore, though, coming in. Big damage to the Bloodletters and the Marauders here. Not nearly as devastating as probably needed to be, though, unfortunately. And I would be shocked if Khorne is not able to capitalize on this advantage they've got right now. But chasing the Skullcracker is probably not the way to go about it. The Minotaurs would be better served just pushing past the infantry here. Not chasing down the Skullcracker, killing the Death Shriek. Here you go. The Blood Beast can get on top of that thing and maybe lock it in. But just trying to do maximum damage to the blunderbusses and everything right now is definitely going to give Khorne an opportunity here. Some Bloodletters actually get on top of the Death Shriek rocket. Oh, and they get Locust Fury, giving them extra weapon strength and then charge bonus. And yeah, Bufo's just going to call it there. Not a lot you can do about that one. Sometimes the Blood God just gets up in your shit and pushes you back into your deploy zone. This is one of the reasons why Khorne can seem really overpowered, but this was honestly a pretty well executed dive. And the Chaos Dowie didn't really have a great army for killing all the Bloodletters. They can bully Bloodletters, but they do it with their Iron Demons and Trains and stuff. And those came out a little too late to really mess those guys up. And the Flames of Asgore, as good of a spell as it is, it's very expensive. And if your opponent doesn't make the mistake of over-blobbing onto any one position, Flames of Asgore, it'll still get respectable value, but not nearly enough to really make it pay for itself. And your infantry just falters so badly against Khorne, man. And that's kind of what happened here. Some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with the bows would have been really strong instead. I think that the Chaos Dowry are better off bringing their like blunderbusses and their Fireglaves in as reinforcements in this matchup, because, and the reason I say that, if you're bringing them in reinforcements, then you've got other tools in the front line who can maybe grind a little bit better value out against the Bloodletters. Like, you can have your Bow Cavalry in early to poke the Bloodletters down at range, much more aggressively and much safer than your Blunderbusses are, who are too slow to escape. And then also might not get clean enough lines of sight to be able to really pound those guys. And I do think Deathshriek rocket launchers can work in this matchup for the Chaos Dwarves. But Yuklin was just playing the terrain too well. And there's not a lot you can do at that point with the Deathshrieks. Like, dodge some of the shots from the Deathshriek ammo. And the demo rocket just got kited by the good terrain usage by Yuck, who just ran over the poor Chaos Dwarves. I still think that you can probably cut one of these Minotaurs and bring in a couple Furies. Because Furies are absolutely insane against the Chaos Dwarves, because they shred Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders of both variants. They're really strong at killing sneaky gits. And Khorne's Furies can just kill a Blunderbuss all by themselves. They don't need any help. They absolutely delete these units. And they're quick enough to get to the front line and influence it alongside your infantry push early. Just because they're so fast, they can just fly forward and immediately end up right in position as you're committing to your full dive. Did we watch Sugar? Yeah, we did watch this one. Nurgle and the Vampire Counts. I don't think we saw this one. I know I've seen Broccoli go up against Vampire Counts in the past in this matchup. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm doing good. Having a pretty good time. We're just chatting it out with all of the new player replays today. Grenade Outriders versus Chorfs. Yeah. I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Broccoli. I think I did already mention that. They're great. Absolutely amazing against the Chowie. The thing about Outrider grenade launchers is they're not just good against lightly armored targets. They do reasonable damage even against heavily armored infantry. And they can also punish stuff like Bolt Centaur Renders, actually. Bolt Centaur Renders, even though they're like a lower entity unit, they still take respectable damage from the Outriders, and they've got low armor, so all of that explosion damage hitting them can really wear them out quite quickly. Kugath is going to be the Lord choice for Nurgle here. Strigoi Ghoul King on the other side, who's a very strong character killer. I mean, you've got frickin' Gaze and Nagash and Spirit Leech, both very strong snipe spells. Also a very good anti-large duelist, got Bloodlust, and Potion of Strength here. You know, these potions, they're not that great. It's just one use. 100 gold can be better spent elsewhere, in my opinion. But it is there and available if you think your opponent might be bringing a Lord with no access to healing and you want to just, like, maximize damage output in the first engagement against them. It can work. Landing here with the Ghoul King against the Pestigores, doing some damage. Pesties definitely need to get the hell out of here. Looking very lonely. definitely don't want to just sit back with Kugath. Okay, so Nurgle can outgrind the vampire counts, even if the vampire counts have their, like, Mortis engines and their unholy lodestones around, just because of how good Pestilent Decay is. I mean, this thing is just such a nasty Mortis engine. And while the Reliquary Corruption is basically the exact same thing, Mortis engines are very bad duelists, and Exalted Great Unclean Ones and Kugath are excellent fighters. And the Mortis engines basically have to stay away from a lot of the blob fights because of that. Because if they move in and engage in melee combat, the Marauders, Plague Bears, Plague Toads, and everything are good enough mass and fighters to be able to grind down zombies and fight against the Skeleton Warriors and Graveguard and keep them occupied, while Nurgle's other tools can then be focused on trying to kill the Mortis engine. You just have to make one mistake with the Mortis engine to lose it, while the Force of Nurgle get a lot more leeway with their big lord options. There are a lot of bodies out here for the vampire counts. The Pestigores, they're fighting as best they can over here, but they're not going to be long for this world. They're going to terror route here. Yeah, there they go. They end up terror routing right as we speak, and just because of the way routing works, they're going to take a ton of damage, they're probably going to break, and then they're just going to be feeding a ton of value, which is exactly what happens here. That Direwolf unit here should definitely be used to just chase this Pestigore down, and then you can just keep sending stuff to the back here. Pushing your opponent's home objective is not a good idea. Against the vampire counts, it's an exceptionally bad idea, even. You could just play for time on your back point. Like, vampire counts have bad cap weight. Honestly, Broccoli, I think what you probably should have committed to, you keep a Marauder here, you keep 2 Marauders here, you bring the Plague Ogres forward to this point, you send Kugath and everything else to the middle, and you try and grind on the middle objective and just keep reinforcing the back objective as needed, and really relying on Kugath and the mass to, like, hold things in place and drain everything down here. You win the Mortis Engine grind. You've got lots of tools to punish their Mortis Engines. You're using the Festering Stooges excellently to do that here, by the way. As long as you just have your stuff in the grind to, like, leech down all of these units, there's not a lot that vampire counts can do. This might be one of the worst matchups for the vampire counts, in my opinion. Demons of Chaos and Nurgle are pretty brutal, and for the same reason, is just that the Mortis engine on the Exalted Great Unclean Ones is absolutely vicious. Kugath throwing his little boogers down in there, and the Festering Stooges get a fat volley off on the Mortis engine. Definitely needed a heal, but not getting it in time, and down it goes, and I don't see any way that Nurgle's going to be losing this match. And doing a good job of holding on to the back objective, so I stand corrected there. Just your good micro is winning you this back point. I was a little worried that maybe Hogs would just, like, rush over here with a bunch of stuff, but just doesn't have anything high quality for the front line and the fight, and your infantry are just kind of running over all of the chaff that Hogs has here. And the Plague Toad's also doing some pretty respectable damage. Good stuff. This Lord is just going to be all by himself in a minute here. Has done fine, but, you know, Plague Ogres on top of him. Now we got some Furies landing in. You know, the Furies not landing very well, unfortunately. You know, Furies don't have a ton of mass, but it is 250. They can be surprisingly good at locking characters down. The reason that they oftentimes struggle at doing so is because they fly into combat and blob up in really tight packs. Usually the best way to use Furies landing into combat is to not land them in the front of combat, even if the infantry or target that they're engaging is, you know, just like waiting and ready to get hammered by a frontal charge. Fly overhead and land on the rear and then engage with something else. That way your opponent can't really retreat, because the 250 mass they've got is usually enough to slow down a unit's retreats enough that the unit that they might be engaged with from the front can usually kill them as they're trying to run away.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Even if they are able to push through the Furies eventually, they'll just take a bunch of extra damage that they can't really afford. Plague Bear summon, crumbling out here. What the hell is going on with this? Just dying horribly. Rip. Cryptar's going down as well. Zombies getting wrecked. They're zombies. What are they gonna do? Tithe and the Skeleton Spearmen looking real left out. And the Festering Stooges, man, nothing to punish them. They're a crazy strong unit. You don't see them a lot, just because, you know, the Exalted Plague Bears kind of got figured out.
This was not meant to be.
They're pretty squishy to shooting of any kind. Most every faction has a way to kill these dudes, either with magic or with focus fire. Against the vampire counts, though, who don't have any shooting whatsoever, if they're relying on magic and they don't have the right kind of magic, which they don't here, these dudes, with their Festering Gate, passively healing them as they're in melee combat, which not only, you know, gives them the heals on their living units, also resurrects models. Pretty insanely sticky. And those precursor missiles, man, when they're focus fired, just do nasty work. And they killed the Mortis engine pretty much by themselves. And now just grinding away against Crypt Horrors and Crypt Ghouls. Easily going to be able to form a nice tight wall so that the Plague Ogres can fight toe-to-toe with something that's going to buffer out a lot of damage for them. Throwing axes up here. Hammering the poor Strigoi Ghoul King. Necromancers used all the Forbidden Rods. No extra magic coming in here for these guys. And the Strigoi is also healing capped, which is not great. Popped the Potion of Strength. Big weapon strength values here. Bud being debuffed by Poison and Icon of Eternal Virulence here. Lowering the stats by quite a bit. And just being by yourself like this just sucks, man. Like, nothing that you can do at this stage. Vampire count's about to be tabled here. Very unfortunate. Really good job with the throwing axes, mind you. They did a good job of controlling the back point. They've moved up, and they've been just harrying this poor Strigoi with all of the remaining ammo that they had, and really bullying him. 1,400 and 1,200. Marauder throwing axes are a nightmare for Nurgle. Or not for Nurgle, for the vampire counts. They're fast and hard to shut down with Fellbats and Direwolves. You can bait these units in and kill them with your like high DPS stuff, like Plague Toads and Furies, both very good at killing Hound units and Bats. And while the Nurgle Horsemen don't have the flaming attacks like Khorne does to really hard punish the vampire count units because of all the regen that they have, it's more than enough damage to be able to contribute substantial amounts of value that vampire counts just don't have a very good way of contending with. So, good stuff from Broccoli. Well microed. Not over-blobbing into the vampire counts, and just doing a very good job of focus firing down that Mortis engine, which kind of gave you the win. Like, the second this thing died, there wasn't anything the vampire counts had to be able to beat you. Because this gives magic attacks to all the units in a radius around it, which does allow vampires to scrap against you, since you got so much physical resistance on a lot of these tools. Without the magic damage, and without their Strigoi being able to just like somehow kill Kugath, I don't know how the hell he'd even do it. Kugath just Mortis engineering and providing some heals and leadership was enough for the win there. Elves versus Pirates, man. Pretty good matchup for the High Elves. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on your questions here. How does terror routing work against undead demon and undead units? Don't terror route at all. They literally cannot retreat, basically. They either crumble or they just well, they just crumble away. There is one single unit in the game that can cause terror routes on undead units, and that's Herald the Hammerstorm. He has an ability that removes the undead attribute to undead units, of course. And that is one way you can terror route zombies and stuff. Otherwise, absolutely not. It doesn't do anything. But I will say that having terror and fear against the undead does also mean that your units don't suffer the negative effects of terror and fear. So it is nice to have that in a pinch. You want to, just to push the, pushing the middle objective, generally speaking, is just easier. It's closer lines of contact for your army. Eastern Isle Colony is small enough, though, and the home objectives are close enough together that it's about the same distance as from the middle objective. But usually you just want to fight on the middle point, because pushing your opponent's home objective means they can get their units to rock up to you a lot quicker and take you out. Do they get lost after 3 terror routes? No, they don't. Terror routes are a little bit different from just breaking. But I will say, oftentimes, if something terror routes, because of the way routing works, if your opponent does a bunch of damage to you while your unit is terror routing, they're probably going to route that unit anyways. In which case, functionally, if something is terror routing 3 times, it's probably gonna die. It's probably already dead after the first terror route. I think terror is really underrated in a lot of matchups. It's very powerful. It can influence the game tremendously. But if your unit just terror routes 3 times, it's fine. They'll come back all 3 times, they'll be fine, and it won't function as if they've been actually had their leadership broken 3 times. The reason that it's not that big of a deal to leave your own objective open on these home objective maps is it's fine. If your opponent wants to push you on your back point, you're going to get to your objective way quicker than the reinforcing units are, and you can still intercept their units as they're trying to get to your home objective. Doing that is very powerful, because you can isolate enemy units deep in your own lines and get tremendous value trades against them, and just be able to, like, push them off the field easier by being able to fight them on your own friendly territory.
Hark, kinsmen, may the power of Maclan and Azir...
Like, we're on the same map as we were last time, so just, like, I mean, just, if you just do a little bit of bad artistry like I am, it's a long way to have to cover, and, you know, the Vampire Coast, they just have to cover half the distance. They can reinforce this point really quickly, and, you know, these games, like, domination games can go pretty long. Like, they can go about 20 minutes at the upper end of the, like, time limit available for the way that tickets resolve out. But individual combats actually resolve very quickly. If you get caught out in a really bad position, even really powerful units can be killed in a matter of, like, 20-30 seconds. And your opponent's got to save up supplies. They've got to bring them all the way forward. If they push your home objective really aggressively, really early, and you're just barely scrapping over the middle objective and keeping them honest over here, you can overwhelm in either position much easier than if you are the one pushing up onto your opponent's home objective. Even if you send your whole army. Because they can hold on to this middle point, and they can just keep reinforcing up onto their home objective and value trading you very favorably until you just run out of steam here. It takes a long time to win on a double cap, so if they just hold the middle point with a handful of units and concentrate on killing the rest of your army back here, which you're going to need your whole army back here, you're probably not going to win the game. You can do it, you just have to be, it takes a lot of finesse to pull off back pressure effectively. I tend to advise newer people to avoid overcommitting to that particular style until they can get a better grasp on, like, the fundamentals of the game, you know, like keeping your formations set, not overextending, like when and where you can recognize isolated units and how to punish them, you know, like what units you need to even be summoning in to begin with, depending on what your initial build is and what your opponent has. Stuff like that takes a long time to get like a really, really strong grasp on. That's way more important than just like learning how to hard push your opponent's back points. Once you get a grasp on all the other fundamentals, that's when you can really start to like flex out and learn some of the other stuff. Burning Head going down? From what? Is there a Fire Mage here too? Oh, okay. I don't know why there's a Burning Head going down here from Tabith. Must have thought there was infantry in here. But no, it's just two of the big crabs. Burning Head, obviously, very good against the Vampire Coast. And a hard counter to a lot of the strategies that the Vampire Coast employs. If you have Burning Head, you've probably got a pretty decent matchup against vampires. Mace is going for Depth Guard on the Rotting Prometheans to try and counter that by not giving a lot of targets to hammer down with Burning Head. Doing a pretty good job of pushing the backline too. Tabith's archers are a little too close together here. That's what I was talking about, right? Like, these units are like right next to one another. One of them is getting engaged in melee combat, and the other one is so close that they can't effectively fire to peel for their friends. That's why you want to have some space between them all. Like, this one's here, other one could be here, another here. You know, like, two of them getting engaged, not great. Really need these, need one of the spearmen over here, I would say, and then the Illyrian Reaver archers. The Mace has a really good army against this High Elf force, truth be told. Tabith is in a lot of trouble here. There are just no units available to punish the Rotting Leviathans and also punish the Depth Guard. The Depth Guard could be maybe pushing the... No, they shouldn't. They should go to the middle here. You just can't leave 3,300 gold's worth of units inactive back here. They'd be very nice to have on the middle point here, which you never capped. Like, you're getting good value trades in the missile line. And you're probably going to do a pretty good job of clearing out a lot of these spears and other stuff. But it's not going to do you any good if your opponent's just going to be able to hold on to the points all game. White Lions coming up. Don't really need them right now. Well, they'll fight the Depth Guard okay. I don't think it's a great fight for them, just because Depth Guard are very good in melee combat. I mean, they got a ton of weapon strength, good melee attack. They've also got the Hunger and ITP. Very hard to kill these guys in a melee grind. Better to shoot them, but the shooting has been locked down pretty badly for the High Elves and is not super functional. Finally getting online, hitting Solastra a little bit. Eltharion up here in the back trying to beat up on one of the crabs, but the Damned Knights Errant getting summoned back here. Animated Hulks here too, blocking up the way a little bit. Talons of Torquilita go down. Not going to be rallying either. Getting the Damned Knights Errant in to hammer down the archers isn't a bad idea. This is an example where the back pressure is fairly viable just because there's no answers for a unit. Like, Mace Hindu is gonna be able to get away with this, and this is a good play just because there's nothing to kill these heavily armored targets. And the High Elves in general struggle against heavy armor, because they've got stuff like the Fireborn, but Fireborn are pretty occupied back here on the #1 objective, fighting against Mournguls and Animated Hulks. This is a cool army from the Vampire Coast. Very aggressive rush build that's paying off real nicely right now, and Eltharion is a good duelist. He can do reasonable damage to something like a Rotting Leviathan, but it's not amazing. And here we go. Now we got some answers for the Depth Guard coming in. Warlions of Trace moving up. I'd be very careful about engaging by the Rotting Leviathan, though. There is enough support here. It just causes terror, and Warlions aren't ITP or anything, so there is potential for terror routes here, which would be pretty bad. Wouldn't be the end of the world, I guess. Probably, yeah, just avoiding there. You need infantry so that your Warlions can do effective damage to the Depth Guard. Tabith has evened up the value trades a little bit here. This is not outside of the realm of possibility for a win for the High Elves, despite being pushed back so aggressively. It's just not going to be easy. You have got to finish off this crab, though. This crab's honestly pretty weakened. It's looking pretty vulnerable. Warlions running here. The other Warlion unit kind of being left to their own devices somewhat, but there is Bowfire here, as well as Eltharion. He's doing a reasonably good job of supporting against the Mournguls. And Warlions do have better stats, as long as these guys aren't getting, like, Invos of Nehek from Vampire Casters. High Elves should be able to win this pretty favorably, and they just need to get away from the Depth Guard for a while and try and kill Solastra. If they can kill Solastra, then they can win this game. We got a Vampire Caster coming out. Alright, well, now you're probably going to have a pretty hard time sniping her, so going for the Depth Guard is probably the better play, but you got to be careful with the Fireborn. They can't stay engaged in combat too long there. Warlions of Trace just getting hammered down by AP Monstrous Infantry and Solastra. Solastra with 160 kills, 600 value, doing pretty well. Depth Guard just rampaging right now. Just munching through everything, and I think the durability of these Depth Guards is just going to be too much for the High Elves to deal with. They don't have anything to punish. They're already having a hard enough time with the Leviathans. The Leviathans and Solastra are probably going to get some heals here from the Vampire Caster now, making the value lead even more deceptive. I mean, Tabith is really close in value, but the Undead typically are favored if they're even with their opponents, just because they're getting heals and because they're units. Yeah, they crumble out sometimes. Them crumbling out can mean there's a deceptive inflation in the value against them, but Vampire Coast hasn't really had a whole lot of units crumbling out. It's been like a couple of Animated Hulks, and some of the Mournguls, that's about it. It's probably only like 300 or 400 value. And they've been doing like reasonable damage across the board. And this Rotting Leviathan gets its heal, doesn't have its leadership broken, and is going to be able to get away and potentially just hang out back here and get a couple more heals and then get right back into the combats. Depth Guard, grinding out that value, man. Pretty respectable stuff. This one not doing too well, but the other is still fairly healthy. 1,300 value already. Fireborn, struggling. They've gotten their value back just about. Probably not going to be enough, though. Eltharion is a great character. I think that he's probably better against factions that use lots of heavy cavalry and stuff like that. I think Tyrion is probably better against the Vampire Coast. just because he's a better duelist with cap weight. So he can run in and just fight Silostra all day, and then you can use your magic elsewhere on the field. And this is a scenario where, yeah, Burning Head is an amazing spell, and you do want to pare down your spell kits quite a bit, but having something in reserve to hedge your bets against your opponent is almost never a bad idea, and I think the High Elves kind of have to do it. Just because they got a lot of weaknesses on their roster. They just lack AP of any kind, honestly. Their shooting is strong, but if it gets rushed down, it's very squishy. They've got the Fireborn, who are like their hardest hitting unit that have respectable AP values, but they're an anti-large unit. So, like, heavily armored infantry can be a big menace for them. It's not over, though. Tabith is still within range. Getting triple capped sucks. Just get this point. Like, immediately be getting up here. Don't be taking any extra time. And then Rangers, the Bowmen need to just focus in on punishing anything moving up onto this point. Burning Head coming down, gonna do a good job of clearing out these deckhand mobs, maybe. Good damage on one, rotation on the second. Just a little bit of a tickle, nothing too serious. Good targeting with the bows. Not shooting Silostra is the right call. Again, though, you really need to spread your missiles out. It's too tightly packed. Like one scurvy dog screaming in out of the forest, getting up onto this bow line will kill all three of those units, and you just can't let that happen. Very high potential of it. Mournguls and the Lamprey's Revenge ambushing Eltharion a little bit here. I think he came in and landed on the Lamprey's Revenge trying to fight them, but the Mourngul's coming out, lowering his speed, and he's a little trapped up in there. It's a very durable brick of units. Need to be hammering with your cavalry. The Silverhelm's very good with shock damage. They can easily chip down the Mournguls just by cycle charging them. You do need something for the Lampreys, because these things have 120 armor and they've got regen. Just get Eltharion out of here, and you need the Cav to peel for him a little bit there. It'd also be better to just ignore fighting a bunch over here. Like, send a Spearman up to hold on to this point. Use the Silverhelms to, like, hammer home on the #1 objective, and anytime your opponent seems to be threatening this #2 objective, then you can send the cavalry back over just to hold on to the cap and hammer down enemy units. Having to sit back here and just continue to poke and not be able to hold on to the majority of objectives. It's triple cap territory for the High Elves. I don't see them being able to get all the points in time. Yeah, this is rough. The archers get shut down again. Just no answers for the Rotting Leviathans and Silostra, who have just been an absolute nightmare. What the hell is this? Just Spiteful Shot for the magic here. Okay. Odd choice. Okay, so generally speaking, Silostra, Spiteful Shot is not that good. It just isn't. It's not an abysmal spell. It's usable in some niche cases. But honestly, Silostra should have Tide Call.
There is only defeat.
Tide Call is a wind spell that does pretty substantial damage to lightly armored units. So, being on a Rotting Leviathan, you've already got built-in answers for heavily armored stuff. But then you can use the Tide Calls to, like, really pound spearmen, archers, even the bow cav, and all of those types of units that are either surrounded on you or a little bit out from you within 100 meters, where you want to support the rest of your front line and positions. It'd be really nice to be able to maximize the value in Silostra. Other than that, though, really nice build. 1400 on this gunnery mob. I don't know what the hell they were shooting all game, but they did a damn good job of it. Mournguls were a little lackluster. They're not great against the High Elves. They lose to Spearmen pretty badly. And Silverhelms. Silverhelms with their shock damage can do pretty good damage to Mournguls. And the Warlions of Trace, they did pretty respectable. They didn't quite get their value back, though. These are pretty expensive units. They need heal support. They need chaff that they can fight with. High Elves are insanely micro-intensive, and they're not the worst faction in the game. They've got good matchups. They have some pretty respectable builds, but they definitely are on the weaker end of the spectrum. They just have to really get max value with their bow lines to win games oftentimes, and it can be very hard to protect those. And the Vampire Coast with a very unorthodox build coming in here, and I think just tripping Tabitha up a little too much to be able to stick in there and grind that one out. Oh, well. In your opinion, does it then also matter if you have a fast faction versus slow faction like Nurgle when pushing up so far? That does matter. Slaanesh is pretty good at... there are factions that are better at pushing home objectives than others. So factions where you can very feasibly push your opponent's home objectives would be Beastmen, Slaanesh, Khorne. Khorne's okay at it, not as good as those other two that I mentioned. But generally speaking, if you've got quick units and reasonably strong infantry, and access to Vanguard deployment on those infantry, then you can push back points a lot easier. Middle objective maps are a little funky, in that you do want to concentrate your fighting over the middle points, but you want to use your opponent's home objective as a bit of a distraction. You want people to think that you're going to push onto them, but you don't want to commit your forces onto it. You want to be able to, pull their army apart by being able to threaten multiple points in the field, if that makes any sense. Counts can win through mobility. That's fair. Counts can win with their mobility. Against Nurgle, they definitely can. Blood Knights are a pretty hard counter to a lot of the stuff that is good for Nurgle against the Counts. Vampire Counts, Dowie, and what are the other matchup check or matchup knowledge check factions in the game? Okay, Vampire Counts, Coast, and Dowie. As well as, I would say, Demons of Chaos. Those are factions where it's very easy to struggle against them. Not necessarily because they're just, super top-tier factions, but because they have very strong, specific mechanics that they play around and utilize very effectively. And once you learn how to get around those things, they become much easier to deal with. Nurgle is a little bit like that, but Nurgle's a little bit more, Nurgle is a little bit less gimmicky. Nurgle does just have some outright good units. They've got, really strong Chosen. Plague Ogres. Rot Knights are fairly, versatile. Marauder Horsemen. They're not fully reliant on, their heals and stuff like that. Kind of like how, Vampire Counts, they really need to, maximize their passive healing from, Corpse Carts and Mortis Engines. Chaos Tombblade from Heinrich Himmler and stuff like that. If you learn how to play around the Vampire Count's passive healing, how to kill the sources of it, as well as also just pull them apart and isolate their individually weak units, they're pretty easy to deal with. Dowie are just a lesson in patience and commitment to the grind, and not trickling into bad fights where they can just shoot you to pieces. Coasts are kind of like Dowie in the same way. They're a little bit of a mix between Counts and Dowie. What's the other faction? Ogre Kingdoms are kind of gimmicky too. I guess they're another faction where if you figure out how to kill Noblars efficiently and engage Ogre Bulls away from all of their Noblar support, they're a pretty doable faction. They're fairly strong regardless, though. We're making pretty good time here. Super cool build here. Ruru Meadow versus Pop Flux here. We got Mao Ying, and we've got double Celestial, what are these guys called? Terracotta Sentinels, that's it.
I embody the Emperor's will. Serve me and serve him. He shall reward victory.
Hell yeah, let's go. Mao Ying's got some cool speeches. She's also just a really cool model. Like, her little electricity flying animation is pretty sick. Cannot lie. But double Terracotta is actually pretty doable with Mao Ying. Just because these guys actually do pretty respectable damage. They've got a ton of leadership, so despite the fact that they do crumble, with the good healing magic that you've got access to with Mao Ying, it's actually pretty easy to keep these things alive. I don't know how it'll do against the High Elves, but I guess we're just gonna have to find out, man. We got 2 Lore Masters of Hoeth in here, which is pretty cool. Very cool characters. Yeah, and they've got the Earthbloods. Like, they're good in melee combat. Like, even against big stuff like this, they can actually outgrind those type of targets as long as they're not getting, like, totally wrecked on their HP. That's where the Earthbloods come in, though. It's kind of going to be a heal grind for the 2 factions here. And we'll see if Pop Flux is able to pull apart this Cathay army. Because you got the numbers here. Infantry-wise, you've got archers to be able to shoot the Terracotta Sentinels. All you need to do is make sure that you don't let your infantry just get ground down by the Jade Warriors. And then you're able to shoot the Terracottas and keep them reasonably honest. And kill these Iron Hails. And you'll be able to win. If you just ignore the Terracotta Sentinels for the first few minutes while you clear up the infantry and the Iron Hails, that's probably going to get you a win pretty quickly, because as good as Terracotta Sentinels are and as much damage as they can do, and you can see they actually have fairly good collision damage. They're vulnerable to the poke. Takes them a long time to get their value back. Oh man, this poor Lore Master Hoeth, though, taking a pretty nasty couple of blows there. Definitely need some Earthbloods to keep these guys alive. There goes the first one. Bowfire's still coming down. Good peel here for the Iron Hail Gunners, using the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin as well as the Onyx Crowmen to keep the Iron Hail Gunners alive. That's why I was saying, honestly, you could probably bring 2 of these archers around. Okay, so Pop Flux has made a little bit of a mistake, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Like, losing these 2 cavalry back here for no gain is pretty bad. They are just Illyrian Reavers, though. I would say that what you could do here, like, if you're not going to have all 4 of your archers lined up to be firing from back here, you can have 2 of your archers in position here. You can pull 2 others and push them around this flank. And you can position them here to shoot the Iron Hail Gunners. You keep a Spearman back to help peel. And then your 2 Illyrian Reavers that you just lost here can be another source of peel for the archer units. I think that'd be pretty strong. And it would definitely help you out a lot. And the Rangers are actually just getting smacked up right now. Not great. Elves definitely need their infantry to find their courage here. I know it's a little bit difficult to do when there's these giant terracotta monstrosities beating the crap out of you. But please, have some kind of loyalty here. My god. I think the archers are just focusing way too much attention on the terracotta sentinels. Like, you do want to shoot these guys down eventually, but shooting at them early, when your opponent has as good of a healer as Mao Ying, is kind of a waste. Use the archers to shoot the Iron Hails and the Jade Warriors. Jade Warriors have good armor, and they've got a shield, but it's neither of which are, like, the top tier available options in the game. Bronze shields and 70 armor is respectable, but not insurmountable for standard bow units. Just good focus fire there would have given your infantry like the edge to be able to win this fight, and then you can use your SE squad of your own to occupy the attention of the terracottas, while your archers contribute that last little bit of damage to be able to shut this stuff down. But with the aggressive dives and losing all your infantry, now you've left yourself open to the Onyx Crowmen and the Righteous Lances, as well as any Jade Lancers that might come out here soon from Grand Cathay. Murumedo doing a very good job of jumping in here and being aggressive into the back line, recognizing a winning opportunity and a way to get some really good value, while the terracottas just slowly grind down the hero squad here. You can see the Iron Hails are trying to contribute a little damage in this fight against Tyrion and the Lore Masters of Hoeth. And the terracottas here and Mao Ying would just win purely because they've got so much HP available here. Like, Mao Ying, if she gets beat up a bunch, she can just go into dragon form, fly away, and then land somewhere and give herself a regrowth. Tyrion cannot just decide to leave like that. He's gotta avoid the mass of the monsters. He's gotta pull out. He has his own heal, and it's a respectable one at that, but it does mean oftentimes something like this can happen. He routs, and his heal does proc, and he will rally, but he could get chased off here. If Mao Ying just stays after him and chases him off, the High Elves are basically guaranteed a loss. Pretty unfortunate. They're kind of cleaning up their backfield finally, but they've lost a lot of momentum. They lost most of their archers here. They've got two very tattered units of archers, and the other two are running. So, Terracotta is just going to be able to win this game at this point, probably. Tyrion does rally. Mao Ying not able to chase him off the field, but, you know, she'll still be able to fight him a little bit. Probably doesn't want to take the one-on-one, because Tyrion is just that good of a duelist. Stats are absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he's got 72 freaking melee defense, dude. Crazy. And even with him, you know, being very tired, he's still got 62 melee attack very, very consistently. Gonna hit through the 41 melee defense that Mao Ying has. Terracotta's getting real weak here. And the Lore Masters of Hoeth just grinding it out here. One of them is gonna go down in a minute. I don't know how much magic the High Elves have left. Probably a fair amount, but they're gonna run. They're, you know, falling behind pretty quickly on that front. And with the terracottas being one terracotta being reasonably healthy, and potentially this other one gonna get saved by just popping a regrowth on it. They've got enough ground held right now to be able to take the High Elves down to the wire no matter what, I think. Onyx Crowman crumbling out. The Fireborn are out here, but getting shot at by the Ironhail Gunners. You're going to start to rack up some serious value if the Fireborns don't stop playing with their food here. This is where they need to be going right now. Like, killing these terracottas is important, but Pop Flux has definitely been spending too long trying to hyper-focus them when there's so much healing available. Yeah, one of the Lore Masters of Hoeth gone. Tyrion's back in here, but he's healing capped. The other Lore Master of Hoeth doing alright. And we did get the Terracotta, a couple heals, it looks like. 1,400 value on it. The other one with almost 16. The Fireborn are in here. Honestly, though, you don't really need to pull out of combat here. It's going to be kind of hard. Terracotta Sentinels have a ton of mass, yeah, but they're pretty slow when they're tired. Pretty slow in general for a big monster. They have a hard time, like, pushing out of cavalry units. So just sitting here, grinding out some more value, and attracting the attention of the Fireborn so that your shooting can handle them is not a bad idea, but it looks like Popflux might be on the way back into this game. The back line finally got resecured. We've got Empress Croman with a bombing run here. Good damage on the Puremain Company. This is really good micro. Just constantly like maneuvering around, hovering overhead as the bombs are dropping. Jade Warrior Halberd's moving up. Gonna do some decent damage. The War Lions got respectable value. 1,400 value on these War Lions, man. Kind of sad that I haven't gotten to cover their performance as much as I probably should have been. They do get shut down by the Onyx Croman. The Righteous Lance is moving in and gonna finish off this Lore Master who did rally, but is not gonna be much longer for this world. The Mortal Coil fades here for him. Fireborn very healthy though. They can definitely carry this game potentially. We got Onyx Croman diving on the archers, the Empress Croman no less. Very expensive unit. Definitely need to get him back up in the air. This would be the best place for the Fireborn. Hammer here, rally back, hammer the other Onyx Croman when they land, then you can focus the big Terracotta. Pushing the points, just holding on to this middle. You don't need to commit to this back objective. There's nothing that is making you commit to this point. Just having the double cap will win you the game still. You need to be more concentrated over here.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Like the Illyrian Reavers will be able to hammer here. If this White Lion were over on this objective right now, they could push down the Jade Warrior crossbows while the Illyrian Reavers and the Rangers try to kill the Onyx Croman. Should be a much better use of their time. Instead, the Illyrian Reavers get into the Jade Warrior crossbows, who they don't even do that much damage to, since these guys have pretty heavy armor. And despite being a crossbow unit, 24 melee defense isn't great, but it's like respectable against a skirmish cav. They'll be able to hold here while the Onyx Croman just peel the other units off their back, which is going to be really unfortunate for the High Elves. The White Lions would be able to push those guys solo, and the Onyx Croman, if they land on top of the White Lions, then you can rear charge them with the Illyrian Reavers. The Fireborn just get pounded here. I think what ended up happening is they landed a charge against the Terracotta Sentinel. They were doing okay damage here, but then the Jade Warrior Halberd moved in, and then the other Onyx Croman, who I was saying they should have been hammering, probably just landed on the rear of them and did a bunch of damage, because these guys were very healthy last time I looked. They didn't get a lot of value either. That's brutal, man. The Righteous Lance of Wei Jin just kind of hovering in the foreground here. Being very menacing. I will say that Cathay has a little bit of a problem with their Onyx Croman situation. They've been bringing so many of them out, they have not been bringing out a lot of durable cap weight. They've been value trading well enough that it's kind of keeping them in this, though. Like, they've still got the triple cap. Halves are having a hard time even getting their home objective back here. But a lot of that just comes down to Popflux targeting the wrong stuff early. Like, your opponent is literally game planning for you to try and kill the Onyx, or not the Onyx Croman, the Terracotta Sentinels, right? Like, they brought Mao Ying so that they could heal those guys. You know how you deny value to Mao Ying? Don't give her anything to heal. Don't give her these big monsters to heal. Push your archers forward. Shoot down the Iron Hails early. So that you get rid of the Harmony for your opponent's Jade Warrior front line. the Jade Warriors are going to be a lot less effective at that point. Your infantry will be able to grind okay. Use your archers after you've killed the Iron Hills to poke away at the Jade Warriors. And if your opponent starts getting aggressive with the Terracotta Sentinels, trying to shut down your archers, kite back, pull the Terracottas deeper, and then punish with your cavalry and your SEs. You basically want to avoid the Terracotta Sentinels as much as possible. Like, just grinding into a heal blob is never a good idea. There's nothing that's forcing you to do that either. These guys are slow enough that you can mostly avoid the worst that they can do. You can just, like, turtle up on your home objective and then just win where your opponent's army is absent, which would have been the #1 objective. Crane Gunners coming out, getting some decent value, and yeah, Cathay, you know, they didn't have a lot of infantry, but, you know, they're just, like, throwing it up onto the points now. Oh, I don't know why I was talking... Pop Flux had the triple cap. Cathay is starting to get their caps now. Oh my god, are they going to lose this game because they didn't get enough over here? Oh my god, please no. Okay. So, throw literally everything like, Cathay did have a big problem with all these Onyx Crowmen on the field. They didn't have the caps. It takes forever for their infantry to get up on the points. Like, they're 4,000 gold value ahead, and they've had a shit ton of healing on their big SCs. They're still losing this game on tickets. What they need to do, they need to make sure that they don't lose this home objective. They cannot lose the caps at all for any amount of time, and they need the middle cap immediately. Okay, send all of this stuff here. Send this Jade Warrior crossbow and this tattered halberds forward and have these guys trickle up. Just to try and hang on to this point. Is Cathay really going to lose this? That would be so devastating if they do. They do get big breaks here in the middle. A lot of stuff running for the High Elves. Brutal stuff for the High Elves. Oh my goodness. Illyrian Reavers, are they going to be able to hang on to this point long enough? And is Cathay going to be able to hold on to the home point? Cap is going for Cathay. They've got 20 seconds that the High Elves need to win this game. And even if they lose this cap, they still have probably about a solid, like, minute and a half to work with. Oh my god, dude. Both of these guys playing with fire this game. What this comes down to, though, is just that Cathay was able to execute their game plan a little bit better than the High Elves. But the High Elves playing the points the way they did, they were almost able to take this game away. They almost flipped this back point here, but the Rangers not quite able to do it. Big Terror Out goes down, and the Illyrian Reavers end up running. More Rangers moving up. Caps just, like, hovering in the balance here, but just dive bombing with the Terror. This Terracotta Sentinel dude surviving the entire game. Big boy. Needs a cookie after this one. $2,400 and $1,500. Pretty respectable value on the big SCs, man. The Iron Hills, pretty respectable value in their own right. Crane Gunners, yeah, I mean, summoning them in late, not a bad idea. It's pretty nice to have these guys earlier, though, because they're just such nice long-range damage against shielded and heavily armored stuff. They'd have been able to poke the Fireborn down a little bit more effectively, but really good value on the Crowmen. They did come in multiples of times, but they paid for themselves fairly efficiently every time they were out on the field, which is nice. So, Ruru just able to pull that one off. I mean, it's hair of his ass, man. Yeah, very close is an understatement. High Elves just needed to avoid the Terracotta Sentinels more. They started ignoring them a little bit towards the end of the game when they got their triple cap. If they'd been doing that more in the early game and just, like, trying to poke down all of the infantry that Cathay had out, they probably would have been able to win that. They just stretch themselves too thin. You don't have my replays from 2 and 3? I played with dwarves. Send them to me, Rudy. DM me on Discord. Going back through the match chat is gonna be super chaotic, and I was pretty sure I downloaded everything in there anyways. Yeah, high elves just like dragons. Period, man. And Terracotta Sentinels are very solid SEs. You know, there's a lot of limitations to them, but they're still fairly respectable, and that was a really good map for them as well. Very small and compact, where despite being slow, they can still get up on points and influence fights with the Terror. A lot to like there. Mini coming in here. We got Archeon. I love the Polish name. Very cool. Big miss from the Solar Engine here. We've also got old Mazda Mundi here for Levis. Saurus Spears. Ooh, a Temple Guard. Very cool. Skink Cohort. The Chameleon Skinks. Levis really likes this build. Very consistently brings like either this exact build or some iteration of it that doesn't deviate too much. Lizards are very consistent. You know, like as a faction on the whole, they've got a wide variety of units to pick from, and their roster and the lore choices that they can back up their units with, often it just comes down to like a very execution dependent playstyle. So like sticking with a singular build with just a little bit of a mix-up here and there in it, like bringing these Temple Guard, as opposed to, you know, just like more Saurus or more Chameleon Skinks, which I see Levis do often, is, you know, good enough. Solar Engine getting hit by the Soul of Damnation here, but, you know, you got Apotheosis here from Mazda Mundi. He'll be able to heal himself and the Solar Engine without too many issues, and keep all of those guys fairly healthy. Soul finally switching over to hitting the Skink Cohort. Typically not great to have expensive artillery like hammering cheap infantry, but Soul of Damnation has enough ammo that it doesn't matter that much. It can, it's just got 40 shots. It'll fire like all game pretty much. With good targeting priority, you can easily get its 1,550 gold cost back by like hammering down chaff and expensive infantry alike. Good movement here from the Lizardmen, like dodging the Slayer of Kings and Fight or Die as it's active, and then popping a net and getting the Temple Guard in here. They don't have a surround on Mazda Mundi. That's the only thing that I would recommend they could do a little bit better. Really good shot from the Soul of Damnation there. Getting surround on Mazda Mundi while he's netted and trying to just like lock him in for a full like round of ground and pound from the Temple Guard would be pretty nice. But they still do respectable damage to him. He is going to be running. Saurus Spears moving up to fight the Chaos Warrior Halberds. Halberds should be able to grind out a win here. It's pretty even as a fight generally. The extra AP that the Chaos Warrior Halberds have, though, as well as their solid melee defense, usually enough to outlast the Saurus Spears, but it's really close, man. Saurus are just so chunky. They got so much HP. Like, you can see in the head-to-head comparison, they got, like, almost a full 1,200 more. They do have 1,200 more, in fact. Which is substantial. HP is a very underrated, stat. I don't think CA even fully appreciates how important high HP pulls are for the durability of units, because they've going back to last game, one of the problems that High Elves have is that CA is trying to balance around the High Elves having better combat stats than everybody, but the problem with that is that they're low HP means that they're fairly squishy even with high stats, because shock damage is always on the table charge bonuses are pretty chunky and just give extra oomph to any combat. And there's not a lot that just having raw extra melee defense and melee attack is going to do to like mitigate the effects of your opponent cycle charging you, which is where the elves tend to fall off. They're very bad against aggressive factions for that reason. Like, beastmen are an unwinnable matchup for the high elves, almost. It is absolutely disgusting how good the win rate is in that matchup for the beastmen. I think it's still 8-0. Last time I checked it, the beastmen had 8 wins. High elves had 0 losses, and that doesn't even surprise me at all. They've just got so many good units to like hammer down the lightly armored high elves. And I think that CA really needs to take a look at their design philosophy around the elf factions in general. Wood elves are in an okay position, but that's just because they're so centrally designed around their shooting, which is exceptionally strong. I don't think they really need a whole lot of changes. They could do with a little bit of an HP buff, but I think high elves and the dark elves just need a little bit of a overall rework for their faction. They're a little wonky, in my opinion. They were like really strong back in the Warhammer 2 days, but a lot of that just came down to the fact that they had like very solid design philosophy for that particular game. But with 3 coming out and with so many aggressive factions getting buffs in Warhammer 3 and the introduction of all of the new fancy shiny stuff that like the Warriors of Chaos and the Monogod factions have access to, the High Elves just are left out in the cold looking around like, what the hell, why don't we get any cool stuff? Hello? Like, they were basically unchanged between Warhammer 2 and 3, while most other factions, at some point along the line, have gotten, like, either a substantial rework or just buffs across the board. Burning Head, you know, didn't do a lot of damage, but it helped break the leadership on the Sword of Spears, who you can see rally pretty quickly. Just that extra little bit of damage and the burnt effect, breaking their leadership, pushing them back. Warriors of Chaos with a nice little value lead here, but they do lose the Soul of Damnation, and that is a brutal loss. This is not something you can afford to let happen ever, basically. There's no reason this should have happened. You've got a summon point right here that you can bring something out of to protect this, so you've got a ton of supplies in here. And the Soul of Damnation, it's an expensive artillery piece, and I've said it before, artillery, even when it gets great value, is negative momentum on points. You give up a lot of ground summoning out artillery and having it in your army. You gotta protect it. It's a commitment. You're value trading for the long term, and you want that money back when you unsummon this thing. That way you can summon out more hard-hitting units that can get up and hold points. And the Lizards, you know, they're starting to cap those points back. A good value, or a good ticket lead for the Warriors of Chaos early is going to dissipate pretty quickly, provided, of course, they don't just, like, fumble the bag and keep throwing units into the Slaughter Guard here. Slaughter Guard are an unbelievably powerful unit. If you fight them in melee combat, you're doing something wrong. You want to avoid them at all costs, basically. What do we have here? We got a banishment that could be hitting them, and that is indeed what Mazdamundi is going to be dropping here on top of these guys. They do have the 35% spell resistance, since they're a Cornate unit. Does still do pretty respectable work against these guys. And they are kind of compounding the problems by kind of moving into the Vortex here. Still gotten some respectable value. They're better if they can get heals. They're really good in the Vampire Counts matchup, where the magic damage, flaming attacks, and imbuement of flammable is just way too much of the Vampire Counts to really contend with adequately. I do think that they're reasonably strong against the Lizardmen, but I do think having a heal of some type for them is a little bit better, just so they don't get caught out in the open, and they can get worn out even by relatively inefficient shooting like the Umbral Tide. It's just extra damage. They've got to fight in melee for their value. And the cohort of Sotek and Red Crested Skinks, generally a reasonably strong unit, even into like super elite stuff like the Slaughter Guard are. They've just got really good melee attack that gives them a good opportunity to value trade well. They're struggling a little bit here though, man. The Rotting Riders are also on the other side of this fight, and they have done a very good job of crushing the Cold Wind Spear Riders and Cold Wind Riders that were trying to help them out against these super elite halberds. Other side of the field, very easily held by the Lizards. They sweep up the Marauder Horsemen over here on the number 3. The number 1 not really being pushed by anything. And there's a really healthy Red Crested Skink there. The Lizards just playing by their instincts here. You know, not trading super well into the Rotting Riders. Not initially. And having to throw a lot of cold ones into these dudes. But still getting some good focus fire here with the Chameleon Skinks and the Umbral Tide focusing them down. Definitely more than enough to be able to clear these guys out. They are very heavily armored, which isn't great for the Salamanders, but the Salamanders do have fire damage, of course, to get around that regeneration. So they cut the healing in half, which is something, you know, this is something that it got talked about a lot when Warhammer 3 released, because it was a big change. Fire damage does cut healing in half. I don't hear people talking about it a whole lot as a mechanic, but it is fairly important to take into consideration. Especially for units that have regen. Not only are you doing 20% more damage, but you're also making it very difficult for these guys to fall back on the regen to keep themselves healthy. You know, in Warhammer 2, the extra 20% damage was nice against units like this, but something like the Rotting Riders previously, just with the regeneration that they had, if they were getting shot by the Umbral Tide, as long as they weren't engaged in melee combat and they could get away, like, yeah, they would take some damage, but their regeneration would be enough to keep them alive as they were running and not lose a bunch of models. Whereas nowadays, that 50% reduction to healing can be pretty punishing for units like that. It can be very hard for them to hang in for an extended period of time. Lizards in a pretty dominant position here. Mazda's very healthy. They did lose their solar engine, but they've got a lot of, you know, they've just got a lot of skinks out on the field. They've got more than enough numbers to be able to hold all of the objectives here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Tommy's also not doing themselves any favors by not consolidating onto one point to try and cap that, and is spreading out a little too much here when you're at a numbers disadvantage. You can win fights here being down in numbers, but not if you're spreading out and your units are getting surrounded, especially if they're getting poked at range. And this is a big mistake here. Like, Marauder Horsemen, definitely not what needs to be charging in a melee combat against a skink cohort. And the Chameleon Skinks moving into combat here, trying to roadblock some. Marauder Horsemen doing some good damage to them on the charge. These guys are out of ammo. They got 1,000 value too, which is really nice. Levis very consistently is like maximizing the value on the Chameleon Skinks, and getting like, you know, 1.5 to even like 2, sometimes 3 times the amount of value on a Chameleon Skink for the cost, which is really impressive. You know, these guys, they're 650 gold, which is fairly expensive for a skirmish unit, and they can be shut down pretty hard by really good mobility like Hellstriders, but Levis just does not let that happen often. By the time they're getting engaged in melee combat, they're usually out of ammo, and they're just getting a little bit of extra money in, value damage-wise. Usually better to unsummon them in my experience, but, you know, sometimes you don't want to unsummon your skirmishers, either because you need cap weight on a point, or just because some skirmishers can double as a decent melee unit, like the Kislev Horse Archers and the Tomb King's Skeleton Horse Archers sometimes can double up on that duty. It's just you gotta play it by ear a little bit. You don't want to just make like hard and fast rules that you never break, because sometimes breaking your own rules can open up some opportunities for you on the battlefield you might not otherwise expect. Archaon, he's got 3,300 value, which is damn good, and has been used very well. Just like running him away, using him to like pull cavalry back and get them into positions where they can get punished. But Levis is just not making too many mistakes here, just like pulling away from really bad fights, and even when taking risky engagements, at the very least is like bringing numbers to the party and able to overwhelm these Hellstriders here. Whereas if it was just the Cold One Riders, they got a good side charge, but if it was a one-on-one over the course of a long fight, Hellstriders do typically win just because they've got the bonus versus large. Which gives them a little bit of an advantage in hitting more consistently against Cold One Riders. Especially when they got Soul Hunters all the way charged up. They've got 10% ward save and a ton of leadership, man. I mean, they're holding to the bitter end here, thanks to that increase. That might be something that CA needs to look at, is these chargeable abilities for whatever their next game is, because I like them in theory, but for domination mode they can be a little cheesy. It's one of the reasons why Slaanesh is so strong, because they've got lots of chargeable abilities on a lot of their units, on top of all the crazy army abilities and magic that they've got. So like Hellstriders just get stronger over the course of a game, which just doesn't make sense. Like, the unit dies on the field, and then they get unsummoned, and then they come out better than they were before. Why? Like, I don't think anybody can very, like, adequately argue in favor of that system, because it does not make any sense whatsoever. I think they should just lower the requirements for charging those kind of abilities up. For domination mode. And for land battles as well. I think it would be really nice, because it's very rare that you're going to be able to max charge up Soul Hunters in one life. Like, that's never going to happen, hardly. It would just take, like, an exceptionally fortunate situation to develop for you to be able to get this charged up and make a bunch of use out of it in your first life. Like, if you lowered this down to a requirement of 75 kills to max it out, that's honestly going to be pretty difficult for these Hellstriders still. But it's not undoable, and then they can just use the ability as they're alive. And then when they get unsummoned, they lose the charge on this, and they come back out, and they do it all over again. And then you don't have this, like, gaminess of, like, you know, a unit being weaker at the start of a battle than they are at the end of it, despite, you know, getting killed off at the same time. It's pretty funky. Let's see if Suga is able to take on Kokosik here. It's an interesting high elf army. Going for a little bit of an SE squad here with Alarielle and the Frostheart Phoenix and the Dragons. Okay, that works too. Thank you, Rowdy. Very thin in the infantry game, but High Elves infantry is just kind of bad, so why bring them? Like, their best infantry unit, in my opinion, is the Lothern Sea Guard. Spearmen just don't do any damage. Like, they're here to hold the line, and they're really good at that, but that just doesn't work very well against most factions anymore. You know? Like, you need some kind of value out of your melee infantry, instead of them just being a pure holding unit. Like, they can do reasonable damage to enemy mobility if they get to sit and hang on a point, but that's not really something the High Elves struggle against. High Elves are very good against mobility, typically. They've got pretty good cav in their own right, as well as some of the strongest skirmish cav units in the game in the Illyrian Reaver Archers. It's really here, the backbone of their army, that falters the hardest, and that's why they're struggling so much. Matchups where the High Elves can lean into their SCs and their skirmish cav tend to be the ones where they do the best. Shadow Walkers coming out. These guys are pretty strong. I've been pleasantly surprised in some of the games I've been playing as the High Elves, where I've been using the Shadow Walkers. Their missiles hit pretty damn hard. They've actually got quite a fair amount of AP for a bow unit. As long as they don't need to be shooting these armored Kossars, though. What the Shadow Walkers should be shooting is the Kislevites Warriors. Because they've got 180 range. They massively outrange the armored Kossars, and even the bow Kossars, they outrange. What Shadow Walkers do is they need to hammer the unarmored melee units here, and they need to just pull back and try and draw the Kislev units forward to get punished. That's what I would recommend here. Just engaging one-on-one with the spears. This is not a good idea. One, you're not holding this point. Two, this spear unit is just going to get shot to death and killed by the Kislevite warriors. You see your opponents like sending a whole bunch of stuff up here, just send this spear to the low ground. Or better yet, just pull it back some. Use it as like a decoy or a piece of like, it's like a fish hook. It's the bait on the end of it. Just like slowly retreat them here, see if your opponent's going to try and move stuff forward to poke them. And pull them out of position. Armored Kossars getting danger close to the Shadow Walkers here. But good intercept with the Chariots. Chariots going to do big damage here. The White Lion Chariots of the High Elves, one of their stronger tools as well. Very powerful. Almost as good as Razor Gore Chariots. Arguably a little weaker just because they're more expensive and a little bit less fast. Well, actually, no, they are faster. Whoa, never mind. Okay. They've also got... Okay, they've got missile resistance, too. That's what I thought. Okay, maybe these things don't need any changes. You can see them just flattening over the Streltsy right now. Big damage. Armored Kossars doing what they can to close the gap. Get into battle. Storm Riders come out. These guys are closing the gap. Not firing their pistols is a big mistake here. I'm going to tell you why that is. These guys have good damage output on these. They fire fairly quickly. They've got silver shields. They've lost a bunch of HP. But if they just sit here and fire at the Storm Riders, they're going to get much better damage than they are collapsing into melee combat here. Because these guys have 40 armor and no shield. They're very vulnerable to the pistols. Can't help but feel like the Kislevites are shooting themselves in the foot a little bit there. Tsarina and Patriarch running down the Chariot. Not bad. They'll be able to do some respectable damage here. Tsarina does have Frostbite as well, lowering the speed. And we do have a Capture Kitty on the field, getting after this poor little Lion Chariot. Doing some pretty good damage and a good Ice Maiden's Kiss. That is the perfect target to hit with that spell. Being able to wear those Shadow Walkers out a little bit before shooting them with some more bows over here. Really, really awesome. Hal's able to deal with the Armored Kossars a bit. They're holding here with the Buyer Blood being active. The Lion Chariot's pulling back and retreating, trying to get away. And they do get Tsarina and the Patriarch and the Capture Kitty kind of trapped up in the Rangers a little bit. They're a little bunched up in here. But a good micro away, pulling back with the Snow Leopard, looking to maneuver elsewhere on the field and make something happen there. Streltsy locked down by the Illyrian Reavers. Pretty good use of their time, just keeping these guys from firing their, you know, arquebuses, I guess. Their axe muskets. pretty nice. They'll be able to reform a line here in a minute, though. And they really need to do something about the Star Dragon. The Star Dragon really needs to be used a little more aggressively, I think. It's been a little lackluster. A really nice breath attack here, though. Finally getting some substantial value. Taking almost half the HP off of the Streltsy is awesome stuff. Rangers on the low ground here, grinding against Kislevites Warriors. This is too many infantry targets, or too many infantry on one target. Rangers need to disengage and fight this Kislevites Warrior. That way they're doing the most efficient damage, and they're a little less blobbed up than they are now. Streltsy need to turn around. Targeting Alarielle, not a bad idea. She's a fairly big target on the pigeon here. You can see her trotting around trying to do some work. High Elves actually doing pretty well here. I didn't like their engagement on the middle, but it was just one spear and not that big of a deal at the end of the day as a result. And they did do a pretty good job of pulling a lot of Kislevite aggression forward. And this Lion Chariot is just munching on the Streltsy and some of the other armored Kossars. Doing really good damage and just weakening that gun line for Kislev. That little bit that's needed for the High Elves to be able to get back in this one. But good fire onto the Storm Riders who just get folded up. Since they don't have that shield, they don't have anything to save themselves from just getting absolutely blown apart by those muskets. Armored Kossars getting flattened. And Shadow Warriors looking to move into melee combat and start to clear through these guys. They're actually pretty good at it. So the Shadow Walkers, they're basically a ranger unit with better stats. They're a little slower, which is a little silly. Although that's just because they're tired, so never mind. Yeah, they've got better stats, and they've got the ranged bow with poison, so being able to like run in and clean up units in melee combat when they run out of ammo is actually really nice, and they've gotten 1200 value. I am very curious to see if maybe High Elf players start using a little more Shadow Walker play. Because they really do seem quite powerful to me. They can poke down a lot of other ranged units in the game. Just being able to like run in, fire from a longer distance, disengage, go back into stealth, and do it all over again. And then being able to, like I said, double up on duty at the end with those solid combat stats. And just being a good chaff clear tool. There's a lot to like there. Very healthy Alarielle still, I mean relatively. She's at about half HP. She can get another heal if she really needs. I've seen a really good use out of the Star of Avalorn in this Dragon and the Frostheart Phoenix. Finally really starting to get some good value. About 900 here. The Terror has been very impactful. It is actually doing a very good job of breaking up a lot of the Kislev attacks. Even though they've got Buyer of Blood, they still can struggle against Terror because if I'm not mistaken, Terror routes do proc Buyer of Blood because it technically puts the leadership into Wavering or worse. So it can proc Buyer of Blood early, and then you can just shoot these guys down the same as any other unit. And if you do that, or if you just get Buyer Blood activated early, and then this guy runs in and terror routes it, and these guys are fleeing, then Kislev's losing out on one of the passives that really makes them a very strong faction. Which can be really nice for you. Shadow Walkers on their way out, but 1600 value, really nice, really good final breath attack here from the Star Dragon. Trying to kill Zarina, needs to be a little careful not to spend too much time trying to do this, because she's pretty hard to catch, but does land in here. She's not able to dodge, she just gets absolutely smacked up by the dragon here. Misses the second attack. Pretty exhausted, so losing a lot of stats here, and Zarina dodging 2 attacks in a row. Huge for Kislev, keeping them in this game. Suga and Kokosit going down to the freaking wire here, man. Really close match. This is a very inefficient fight here, though, for Kislev. Things in the Woods, they're good, but Spearman or Silver and Guard, even worse fight for them. Silver and Guard going to be able to poke against these Chaos Doggies very effectively. Winged Lancers coming in, though. Going to get a pretty nice charge into the flank. Should do some really good damage against the Silverans, even with their high armor values. And this Ranger unit actually breaks and is running for their lives already. Pretty brutal stuff. Could be a big collapse here for the High Elves. Keep an eye on that. Oh, Alarielle almost goes down here. Looks like she decided to land in and try and Thanos it. Fine, I'll do it myself. But Zarina, a little bit of a better duelist. Actually able to hold in there. Almost dies here. But does get some heals. Drops the Star of Avalorn. And Zarina does get cleaned up by the Frostheart Phoenix, while the Dragon moving across the field to help potentially break the Silver and Guard over here, who are silenced, funnily enough, by the Golden Knight. And the Golden Knight, pretty respectable character. Just, you know, taking some damage, trying to hold against the Silver and Guard. Or not against the Silver and Guard. Yeah, I mean... Hold on, guys. Hold on. Trying to hold against the Silver and Guard and the Star Dragon. Doing some pretty respectable damage to them all. But she is just a single entity. She's not holding them in place, really. And her cap weight is going to get outmeasured by these guys as they're disengaging past her. Going to be able to just, like, move up and chill on the point. The Star Dragon moving in to try and finish her off. And she might be in a little bit of trouble. She does not have a lot of AP on her attacks, which is where she tends to fall off the worst. She's pretty good against demon factions. Not so good against a faction like the High Elves, in my experience, where they've got either very strong hybrid casters, or they've got a lot of really heavily armored combat characters who can just really put the beat down on her. And she is going to be going down here. Silver and Guard going to be capping up this point. Winged Lancers and the Things in the Woods over here trying to hang on to that for Kislev. But High Elves with a double cap. Really close to getting a triple cap and just finishing this game off here. Rangers moving up to the middle. And Illyrian Reaver Archers out on the edges. Silverans get charged in the front. But the bracing was taken off of them as the Things in the Woods moved in, so the Winged Lancers got a nice charge, but a really brilliant Earthblood here with good support from the diving monsters. Going to be able to clean up the Lancers here before they get too much value. The High Elves should be able to slow this cap down for a little while still. Storm Riders moving back out. 1,500 value on them. Pretty awesome, dude. Cool unit. Dude, High Elves gonna walk away with a dub here. Which is pretty sick, honestly. Very good healing from Alarielle, the Frostheart Phoenix, and the Dragon here. Big value. 1,600 on the Phoenix and 3,100 on the Star Dragon. Brilliant stuff, dude. Small numbers be damned, man. Coming in here and really bullying old Kislev. And yeah, the Things in the Woods Terror out, they don't have a Dire Blood or anything, so they see the bigger, scarier monster landing in here, and they just that's it. They don't want none of that. Another reason, this is a little bit off on a tangent I was on early. Another reason I would like to see a rework for the High Elves and the Dark Elves, but especially the High Elves, is they feel like they're balanced around the wrong things. Like, High Elves feel like their low HP is balanced around the fact they've got really good healing. Fair enough, okay, but it does also mean that they're just, like, unnecessarily handicapped by that. If you're having to bring healing magic on a regular basis, you know, you're not getting to use all of the other lores of magic that the High Elves have access to, and they can bring every lore of magic in the game almost. They lack some of the more highly specialized lores, but they can do high magic, metal magic, fire, life, heavens, light. Maybe I've already said life magic, but damn near every possible combination. But you're kind of pigeonholing them by making it very difficult for them to survive without the life magic because they're low HP pools, in my opinion. And they're lightly armored enough that you could give the High Elves just more HP across the board and it wouldn't really even make a difference. I really don't think it would. You gave them like 400 extra HP on every single one of their units outside of the single entities, and it really wouldn't change the dynamics much. Because they're still rocking up with like 30, 40 armor on everything, and they'll still get slapped down by aggressive factions who can like hammer home with good charge attacks against them. It will make them that little bit more durable in the front line though, which is where they just are absolute dog water. It's a little silly, like they really have to play into Kite so aggressively. And that can lend itself to, you know, some serious frustrations, not just for people who play High Elves, but also for people who play against them. Because if your opponent has to play one specific style all the time to be competitive, that gets boring really quickly, and people lose a lot of interest in watching a faction like the High Elves if it's kind of the same style of play every time. And for the High Elves, it's this mix of really strong single entities and like full Kite. Those are like the two ways that the High Elves can play. They just can't fight in a head-up engagement. They just lose them too hard. Their good melee units are all way too expensive, like the Eternal Guard and the Lore Masters of Hoeth are 1,300 a piece, which is really expensive, and they don't even get many fancy add-ons for the cost. They get out-traded by a lot of equivalently costed counterparts. This is a pretty nice build from Coco. I'm very impressed by it. There's a lot of infantry in here. I do think that there's some vulnerability to really good mobile pressure with this build. But the execution is really solid, and there's not a lot of inefficiency here. What little bit there was is made up for by good micro on the single entities and some of the more specialized range tools. Shadow Walkers did great, man. I love them. Such a cool unit. Super fun to see somebody make like maximum use out of them. Not just in the ranged area either. Like actually ground out like 500-600 value with them after all the shooting was said and done. Alright, let's see what Tabs has got going on against Radio Magic here. Oh, and that's right, I downloaded those replays. So let me move them over. I do feel like Shadow Walkers are a unit which you can only take one of. I mean, yeah, that's pretty fair. I mean, they're 1,000 gold. You do need to protect them. If they get jumped on by an enemy cavalry piece, they're gonna die pretty quickly, if so. Just one of them, usually good enough to hit and run, and just be a nice little backline support piece for you. But maybe you could do like 2. Trying to go like full Shadow Walkers is definitely a recipe for disaster, though. So, Noxbringer here, coming in for Nurgle. Hammering the Rangers and the Miners. Gonna do reasonable damage to all of those guys, as well as destroy some ammo, which is pretty useful as well. It's kind of funky. You know, the Noxbringer is a really powerful tool, but I don't know how exactly it determines how much ammo gets destroyed, because it's hitting the Rangers, and they still got blasting charges, but they've obviously lost some of it because the little ammo bar there has been reduced a little bit. I don't know what the determining factor is. Is it proportional? Because that's the only thing that makes sense to me for what it could possibly be. Otherwise, it's just a little all over the place. It's not very clear based on the tooltip. It'd be really nice if we got a little bit of a firmer answer. Maybe somebody can get into the files and find out for sure. Over-focusing the miners, in my opinion. Probably don't want to just shoot miners all game, and you want to swap some targets every now and then. The Rangers just fired a volley. They were exposed for a minute, and now they've gone back into stealth. But you know where they were? You can shoot, you can target ground with artillery. I'd be really interested to see people maybe start to integrate that a little more in their play style. Because I actually think targeting ground is a fairly effective strategy. I've had quite a bit of success with it, especially using skull cannons to like countershoot specific artillery pieces. And for like mortars and stuff like that, being able to like fire into an area oftentimes is just as effective as targeting a unit because of the weapon spread on like the Noxbringer and on just like proper fixed mortars. Not shooting with the Noxbringer now, just getting in position. Definitely don't want your horsemen just getting pounded here. I can't tell you how many times I see people bring, like, multiple Marauder horsemen against Dowie in the opening, and I just don't think it's a good idea. Like, yeah, you get caps early, and they're useful to some extent, but they get outranged so badly, and they're so squishy. They just get killed, man. It just sucks to watch your Marauder horsemen get shut down by a handful of Ranger units. It's better to engage the Dowie in melee. Like, really and truly, Dowie struggle if they're getting rushed down by good melee DPS, which, granted, Nurgle doesn't have the most access to, but they've got plenty of armor-piercing stuff. With Pestigors, their Marauder great weapons are pretty strong. They've got Chosen of Nurgle with great weapons who are damn good. And you can bring, like, Forsaken to counter stuff like Slayers and do reasonable damage to Doomseekers. Throwing axes, this is where they should be. They should be shooting the Doomseekers. That's one tool that they're very effective against. Good Streams of Corruption. Doing some pretty reasonable damage here against the Dwarves. But Nurgle is not going to be winning this game. I can tell you that right now. They've got way too much stuff blobbed up. This is too much blobbed up infantry. Like, they're honestly kind of lucky that the Dowie are engaging them with an equal number of infantry units. Actually engaging them with a little more. But they don't have anything to, like, occupy all of the missiles at once. Which is where the Dowie are just going to be able to, like, shoot off enough of these units to then disengage and reconstitute their formation and be able to outtrade Nurgle in the late game. Bolt Thrower taking a bunch of damage, but still alive, and it's really keeping the Noxbringer at bay, which is struggling immensely, acquiring effective value. It's got a few volleys left, but it really hasn't been super devastating. That was a really good shot there, granted. Oh, man, dude. Just, like, only about 600 value. 700 value. Plague Bear Summon going down. We do have the Nurgle Sorcerer with the Cultist here. Fighting toe-to-toe, looking to get some work done. They are going up against a Dragon Slayer and then Malachi, who's just chilling here in the back with his repeating gun. Doing some pretty respectable damage at range. Picking off individual models on a lot of these units. You can see him shooting some Pestigors in the back there. And Nurgle's infantry is dead now. The horsemen have really not gotten much done. Yeah, you either need to... So, if you want to beat the Dowie in a ranged duel, you either need longer range missiles, harder hitting missiles, or you just don't bring any missiles and you shut their missiles down. That's how you beat the Dowie range builds. Going for this Marauder Horseman opening, it's a big commitment, and it's just not working out. Nurgle is just getting flattened on every other front, which is really brutal. Yeah, and the Noxbringer's getting shut down by gyrocopters now that the Bolt Thrower has been killed by the Furies back here. Pretty unfortunate. This Gyro's probably going to get killed by the Furies, though. Nurgle Furies are probably at their best here, chasing down gyrocopters. Just because, you know, they're faster than the gyros, and since they've got poison, they can actually force the gyros to stop moving for a minute and do damage to them. So they can get around some of the jank of flying combat. Look at Malachi. Just poking down the Horseman. How's he doing? Only about 300 value. Campaign character in a nutshell. I don't know what CA needs to look at some of the characters in multiplayer and like think about giving them like something more. Malachi is just not very good in multiplayer. His Makaison's Persuader is like situationally okay. Very rarely is that heal making that much of a difference, though. It's like okay to give to the Thunder Barge, and you can replenish the ammo on gyrocopters and on the gyro bombers, but that's really about it. And the heal is just not enough. Like, if your gyrocopters are taking any damage, they're going to be losing a bunch of models, and it's not like he repairs the destroyed models or anything. They've only got 4,000 HP. They can't lose much before they start dropping models like crazy. The Eyes of Grungni is nice. Gives like decent buffs to a lot of missile units, but it's also really bad at melee combat with no armor, so he can be a little tricky to get value out of. But if he's shooting, if you were shooting like the Rotting Riders or something, then he would be racking up some respectable value. What's he up to? Got a lot of blobbing here. Nurgle is just doing too much of this. That's just not gonna cut it, man. You gotta get one-on-one fights against the dwarves, because their melee units are actually pretty bad in melee, because they don't do any damage, hardly. 22 melee attack is absolutely pathetic. I actually think that a standard Marauder Horseman for the Warriors of Chaos has more melee attack than the Dowie Warriors, which is kind of crazy. Like, why is that the case? I know these guys are 450 gold, but them being that bad at melee combat might be a little too much. Dowie, you know, need their missile units to, like, really thrive. Doomseekers have done a very good job of clearing stuff out, but here's another instance where this ability charges at 300 kills. They are never, ever going to get there before they die. That's a ridiculous number to reach, especially for a Dowie unit, and a Dowie unit has no armor at all. Like, what the hell, man? I feel like that's balanced around campaign, not necessarily for multiplayer. And I don't think it'd be that hard to implement just like a clear-cut differentiation between campaign performance and multiplayer performance.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Like, there's no need to have the game set up in a way where campaign units get the same buffs and nerfs that multiplayer units do. I think they could just have like a master list where if you're loading into multiplayer, then the units operate a little bit differently without having their entire identity drastically changed. But just a little bit more attenuated to be, you know, like, overall better. Because there aren't that many units that are bad anymore. Like, Domination Mode is, like, reasonably balanced enough so that most units have at least 1 or 2 matchups where they're usable or even thrive, but there are definitely some options that are just outright, like, weaker than everything else. And I do think Malachi is probably one of the worst Dwarf Lords. He just is not that good on his own. I mean, he's not really even that good of a support character. He needs some kind of buff of some type, in my opinion. We got a long way to go. We're probably not getting all the replays done. I will probably come back another day and round them out, but we're going to keep going for a little bit longer. I don't know how long. Until I'm just absolutely gassed and losing my mind from talking for like 5 or 6 hours straight. Noxbringer, oh, okay, counters bolt throwers, but was not shooting them enough. Okay, that makes sense. I can see that. It did kind of get outranged, which is unfortunate, but, you know, I mean, that's the way it is sometimes. Did we watch this one the other day? Oh, we did watch this on, we watched this on Saturday. Broccoli Girl, wins this one here. Elspeth just isn't able to carry this one. I'm pretty sure this Elspeth, the reason she's not able to, like, carry... Yeah, this is the one where she doesn't have Spirit Leech. Always bring Spirit Leech on Elspeth, because she's just such an amazing character sniper, even after getting Coruscating Blast nerfed. It's still buffoonishly powerful, and with Death's Timekeeper and Spirit Leech, she can just absolutely one-shot characters at times. Don't hinder that potential that she has ever. Ever, ever, ever. It's not worth it. You want to maximize it. Alright. Let's see it, Hogs. We've got the Von Karstein Lord on foot here, which is kind of crazy. I don't see a lot of foot vampire counts lords. Usually if you see one, it's old Vladdy. Vladdy Daddy is really the only option that you see on a consistent basis, but here we are. Von Karstein Lord coming in on foot. I do think he's really strong against Cathay. He's just good against flyer factions in general, thanks to the Storm of the Night. He's going to have a whale of a time using that against the Celestial General and the Astromancer. I think the Von Karstein Lord is best on a Hellsteed as a support character, because he's kind of a, he's not really geared to win one-on-one fights, because you don't have a lot of abilities for that. He's kind of a support lord, and a good spellcaster, so, you know, the Flocks of Doom are really where he can get a lot of value. Storm of the Night can deal with some of the bigger stuff. I don't think you need Undeath Resurgent or sort of anti-heroes. Hardly ever. The Hellsteed gives him so much speed, man. Hellsteeds, I think, have 105 speed, which is kind of crazy. He can move around the battlefield real quick and influence positions pretty quickly. Although maybe he'd be good on a Warhorse, because I do believe he has access to that too. Because he'd be pretty quick there. He'd be able to cap as well, which would be really nice. There's definitely some things to think about. Necromancers popping the Forbidden Rods. You know, they're standing back here with their torsos. I don't want to know what they're doing with those things and the Forbidden Rods. And wow, didn't cap it. Feral, unfortunate there. Good Storm in the Night, though. Hitting the Celestial General and Vargeist on top of this dude now. Gonna beat his ass pretty badly. We do have Raised Dead and Invo. Not a lot of stuff to summon zombies onto, though. The Nangao grenades are not that dangerous. I mean, it's not a bad idea to still summon stuff on them so they can't use their bombs, but these bombers are just terrible, dude. They do no damage. They're so limp. It is pitiful. Cathaga's gonna lose their lord here, potentially. I mean, he has gotten his ass kicked. He's taken a lot of damage, and he's still locked in combat up in the air here. Felbats and Vargeist all over him. Has to send the Astromancer in to try and peel for him. Who is also now taking substantial damage from the Vargeist, who are just having a good old time, man. I love Vargeist. One of the strongest units for the vampire counts. For 1050, they just do a ton of damage with all their AP and good melee attack. They very rarely are not paying for themselves with solid micro. Black Knight's moving around. Dune Dragon's out on the field. Gonna be very hard for them to get into a proper fight here, being summoned all the way back out in No Man's Land. I would have preferred if they were just summoned out straight from the back to go to the middle. Vampire Counts holding the number 1. Gonna lose it eventually. Possibly gonna lose the number 2. Definitely don't want the bombs to be demolishing your zombies. Okay, so the thing that I think would balance out the Nangao grenades, like, they've got all this ammo, which is nice, but they are a very squishy unit. Oftentimes they'll just die in combat before they get enough volleys off to get any kind of value whatsoever. They should give them, like, substantially less ammo. Like, give them half the amount of ammo, and just give them more damage. You know, you don't have to give them double the damage, but more than what they've got now. Increase it by, like, 25%, and I think you'd be onto something there. That way they're a little bit more balanced. Black Coach gets a really nice rundown on those dudes. Chunks a significant amount of HP off of them. Black Knights shut down the other Nangao grenade, tearing them apart. And Vampire Counts are going to start evening this up, and that's going to be really brutal for old Cathay here. Don't know how long they're going to be able to persevere through that. A really good Ember Storm goes down from the Astromancer, doing respectable damage, but he does get hit by Storm of the Night again. That takes about 600-700 HP off of him, with the Vargeist also kicking his ass now. You know, the heroes for Cathay, they're scrapping back a little bit of value, but nothing too substantial. 1800 value here, though. I'm going to amend my statement there. Oh my god, and Chain Lightning coming down. Oh. Oh, baby. Skeleton Warriors and the zombies getting absolutely rolled right now. And Cathay is starting to really scrap some serious value at range now. Are they thick enough in the front line to be able to survive, though, is the question. Cryptar's hanging in here. Direwolves on top of the Crane Gunners doing big damage to these guys. This is pretty bad. The Direwolves could kill the Crane Gunners, and these Vargeist are gonna be able to land. They get under the Onyx Crowmen. They immediately take out 6 models on the Crane Gunners and might be able to kill a couple more before they crumble out. 1700 on those Vargeists. What does Hogs have coming in? Got a lot of garbage. Just a lot of zombies, Felbats. Yeah, this Lord, man. He's got an okay value, but I'm telling you, the Hellsteed, man. Hellsteed's the ticket. And cut some of these freaking abilities. Charm Shield sucks. Sort of anti-heroes. Very, very situational. Undeath Resurgent, just not a good buff for vampires because their units are already garbo. Like, 24 melee defense is not making skeleton warriors that much better. Not worth it. Give him the Hellsteed so he can actually drop some summons effectively. Cathay did lose their Crane Gunners. That is really bad for them. Hogs is developing out some tools. Maybe just not enough to clear the Jade Warriors. Hanging in here with the War Drum. God, a Mortis Engine would be so good here. I mean, Black Coaches are awesome, but I think they fall off a little bit against factions with lots of mass, good halberds, and good shooting. And Cathay has all of those things. It's just going to make it very hard for them for it to consistently get full charge on all of its abilities and also be able to just, like, rampage over and through the infantry. And Cathay blobs up enough that I think a Mortis Engine could punish their infantry bricks pretty badly. Yangao Grenades getting their value back here. They had to use like a lot of their ammo to do so, though. Again, buffs please. Just a crumb. Just one buff, please. Necromancers doing their thing. Von Karstein Lord trying to carry the game here, just doesn't have the juice for that. This is the most bizarre value lead I've ever seen in my life, because it just doesn't feel like the vampire counts are ahead. I mean, they've got a double cap, which is what's working for them. They need to just, like, make sure they don't lose these points and shut down what units are being sent out here from Cathay. Maybe they'll be able to win. They didn't finish the Astromancer or the Celestial General, which is not great. That is where the Hellsteed Lord would be able to double up a little bit on duty. Because, yeah, he wouldn't be able to win in a head-to-head fight against either of these guys, but if they land on the ground and then you send your Hellsteed Lord in just to, like, nibble on them, that is respectable enough damage from these guys that I think it's more than worth it. Necromancer, the magic has been nice, but I don't know if it's impactful enough here. I would get rid of these Necromancers for this matchup. I would bring White Kings, because White Kings are really good at grinding into halberds and heavily armored warriors. And they do have Scabscraith, and while Scabscraith is not good against armor, Nangao Grenades don't have armor. There's also the possibility of seeing Peasant Long Spears. And you can potentially use Scabscraith against Onyx Crowman as they land in combat. Can do respectable damage there. I think it'd be a little bit better for you. And just having those, having that 3 cap weight in the form of 2 anti-infantry magic damage fighters, can't go wrong with that. It'd be really strong here. Zhangu War Drum is alive and in danger, trying to pull out of here. It's got a decent amount of HP, but Cathay is probably going to lose this point in a minute here. They're very fortunate that the Undead don't have any high-quality infantry up top here. Otherwise, they probably would have already lost this point. The Jade Warriors and the War Drum here just barely hanging on to it by the skin of their teeth. Like a Graveguard or something would be nice. AP Infantry, AP Anti-Infantry in particular, tend to thrive against Cathay. And I think the Cryptors might be a little too squishy against Cathay. Cathay has good bowmen, as well as quite a few units that do fire damage, actually, like the Grace of Kuai Yin. As well as Bandits of the Silver Road also have fire damage as a peasant bowman. You've got Crane Gunners you have to contend with, just Jade Warrior crossbows in general. Nangao grenades don't do that much, but, you know, with all of that, plus the fact that they're, like, reasonably durable halberds for Cathay, I think you're better off bringing the infantry to grind through their front line. Because then you got good cap weight as well. Counts down to 1 objective, and they're pretty thin on the battlefield, despite having this value lead. Again, they don't have any corpse carts, and corpse carts are so good. If you don't bring a corpse cart, then you need a Mortis engine. And you just need to be very aware of where your opponent's missiles are, and use the Mortis engine to grind as sparingly as possible in the front line without getting it gunned down. It's not easy, though. Vampire counts are a really good faction, but them not having any range tools can be a big hindrance and make it very hard to like play into factions like Cathay, where you might not necessarily have the experience against them. But I think they are going to win here. They did manage to kill the Celestial General finally. The Astromancer's running. Cathay is out of magic. And maybe out of time to play the points, because just hasn't been able to like lock down enough of them consistently. Really, I think the problem has been that Cathay is bringing out a lot of missile units that they're not getting a lot of value out of. The Grace of Kuai Yin has been the exception here. The Nangao grenades didn't get anything done. The Crane Gunners got shut down and killed and didn't do a lot. I think some Jade Lancers, as well as probably just bringing Jade Warrior crossbows, would have been a better bet. Because Jade Warrior crossbows, very hard for Fellbats and Direwolves to kill them before Cathay can like peel those units off with their Onyx Crowmen or the Jade Lancers or whatever they're sending in to help out their bowmen. The like super long range shooting just isn't all that important. Because even against Graveguard, even against like shielded Graveguard or the Graveguard great weapons or halberds, Jade Warrior crossbows have decent enough damage that they'll be able to kill either of the unshielded ones and still chip a little bit of damage into the shielded variant of Graveguard. Let's see what the Crane Gunners did. Oh man, brutal. I mean, it's a 1,000 gold unit. They need to be protected as well. They can lose you a lot of momentum getting on points. They're kind of expensive. The Halberds did great, honestly. I mean, they just sat there and they scrapped for ages under the auspices of the Jade War Drum. I did potentially notice that the Jade War Drum was not set to the proper choice for its effect, because I was seeing a lot of magic damage being given to Cathay units. And what that is telling me is that the stance it was on was the Fury of the Falling Blade, which I don't think is all that good. Like, against demons, yes, okay, it's decent. But Disdain of the Dragon Emperor, for what Cathay had on the field, would have been infinitely better. It gives melee attack and ITP, most importantly, which means that your Jade Halberds, with the extra leadership they're already getting from the Jade War Drum, are not going anywhere anytime soon. And they're doing more damage and holding the line all the better. So that's what I would have really focused on using the Jade War Drum for. You have to pick between these three, and quite frankly, I don't think either of the other two are any good at all. Bastion maybe good into a matchup against another shooting faction, like the High Elves, for example, who don't have a ton of AP missiles. That extra armor, 24 extra armor, could be good to keep your Jade Warriors alive longer. But the second the mainline fight starts, Disdain is your choice. And then Fury, in the very rare occasion where you bring a Jade War Drum against a Demon faction, which I wouldn't recommend. These demons are fast enough they can just ignore Cathay's main force, usually. Would have been nice to see Bandits of the Silver Road as well. They're a little squishy, but they do just have, like, fire damage and imbue flammable, which is pretty nice. Comboing them with the Grace of Kuai Yin can be a really powerful combination. And, you know, the Astromancer has flaming attacks as well, so, when he's on the Great Moonbird, so he was there. Why not both? It'd be pretty cool. Another thing to do is maybe bring a Great Cannon, or a Grand Cannon, because it has fire damage. It's very good at killing monstrous units. You gotta protect it, of course, but I think it'd be a little easier to protect than the Crane Gunners. Because the problem with Crane Gunners against aggressive factions, since they have 32 models and their HP is very squishy, and they have to close the gap and they can't sit on top of deployment zones. If they get caught out for half a second even, like one good charge just absolutely munches through the Crane Gunners. And because of the way that units attack artillery crews, oftentimes they get stuck on the cannons for the first couple seconds, and they miss out on a lot of potential damage early, which can make it a little easier to save cannon crews than saving a Crane Gunner, who just doesn't have any benefit of having artillery pieces to soak up any potential damage and just get absolutely rolled over by everything. But that's about it. Everything else in that Cathay build I thought was pretty good. They did a good job of getting value, they just couldn't hold on to enough points to win the game. And Nangao grenades are just a no-no. This unit sucks, dude. They need to buff this thing big time. Until they do, they are absolutely an avoid in any and all circumstances, pretty much. The Heaven's Flash is okay, but I don't think it's good enough to even justify the 500 gold cost. I never see them do enough. Game 4 versus Cathay remaining. No worries, I mean, I appreciate anybody coming in and checking it around. Whether it's watching the VOD or watching live like this. I appreciate y'all. Don't they do the same amount of damage as deckhand bombers? Do they? Because it doesn't feel like they do. Well, I don't know what to tell you, because it just... Oh, Black Powder Aplenty is giving the zombie pirate gunnery mob additional damage as they're throwing. And another thing is that the gunnery mobs, since they don't run away, they actually use all of their ammo, usually. The Nangao grenades are really bad in melee combat. And I don't understand. Like, they certainly do have the same damage profile, but they certainly don't feel all that good. I mean, they've got 50 leadership. If they get jumped on by anything and they start running, then they're not going to get anything done. I don't know what to say about them. Like, that debuff is fine, but just not all that good. And we saw one of them use, like, almost all of its ammo. I mean, it used 10 volleys, and it barely paid for itself. So maybe there's some kind of bug. That's the only thing that I can imagine being the issue. Either that, or Or what's going on is that the splash radius on their grenades is really small. As opposed to the bomber mobs of the Vampire Coast. Maybe that has something to do with it, because splash damage radiuses are a hidden stat, and I don't really know what that is for the Nangao Grenadiers. It might have a much smaller damage radius, which is why they don't seem to do anything. Did we watch this one? Well, let's check it out. Let's see what Fabrosi's got against Tabith here. We got Vampire Coast versus the High Elves. We have seen Tabith go into the Vampire Coast before, and struggled mightily against a Depth Guard and Silastra Rush, but this is a much more honest build for the High Elves to fight. And with their long-range bows, they might be able to just out-trade all the missiles and drag down all those deckhand mobs. Oh, we got Count Noctilus on the Necrofex here, which is pretty cool. Not something you see terribly often. It's pretty powerful, though. It's just expensive, and Noctilus is already an expensive-ass character. Usually, that's the only reason why you don't see this thing. If you've got good focus fire, you can definitely get some good value with it.
Keep it from the foe.
Something I would like to see, maybe, in the future is Noctilus on the Necrofex. And then a Gunnery White with Restock to give him more ammo, which would be pretty nice. It'd be pretty easy to combo on, because it gives back a reasonable amount of ammo, and the Gunnery White with 4 restocks is probably going to be able to give him about 16 volleys back, I believe, which is pretty nice. Pretty awesome stuff for him. Gets big damage on the Illyrian River Archers early, big whiff on the Lothern Seaguard, though. This one poor guy just got clipped in the face and is, you know, not appreciating life right now. More shots. God, dude, just a couple volleys and taking out a skirmish cav is pretty awesome. Because skirmish cav are kind of one... Skirmish cav are one of the banes of the Vampire Coast. There's just not a lot they can do to really punish skirmish cavalry. Especially long-range skirmish cav, like the bow cavalry. Definitely want to focus down the handguns. Fire Mage needs to get up here and drop a Burning Head through here. You could kind of angle it up and through as well. I'm liking the Soul Quench also. It did some good damage to Noctilus. Almost 800 damage to him because he hadn't gotten hit by anything else. It's done good damage to the handgun unit. But definitely want to combo it up to like maximize the value. Lothern Seaguard starting to get focused down here, taking big damage. Have they been shooting? I mean, they have. Just not getting good value out of it. I don't know what's going on with them. Jeez, man. Come on, High Elves, do something. Begging you. Talons of Torquilita are getting some good damage in. They're hitting the Deckhand Mob polearms. This Deckhand Mob handgun, though, back here. I'm going to be shooting Eltharion a little bit, doing some good damage to him. What are the High Elves bringing out? More cavalry? Probably not a good idea. Also need to not blob these Rangers. If Noctilus were to fire into this Ranger, and he hits accurately, he'd just be getting, like, double damage because of the way artillery shots work. Since they pierce through and cleave units, it would be killing, like, all these guys. It would be really brutal. Apotheosis going down to keep the Lothern Seaguard healthy as they fight against the Mournguls here. Real nice. And the Lothern Seaguard, they should be able to poke down the Mournguls. The hunger, though, is definitely going to help the Morghuls out a lot in this combat, dude. They're doing really well here, actually. Dang, it's kind of surprising. You can see the Bomber Mob gets a really good volley off, and they do get that extra damage from their Black Powder Aplenty. So they're getting like 1 extra AP, and it's like all tied up in the base explosion damage. Damn, dude. There's just no understanding some of the issues going on in this game sometimes. Pretty reasonable damage. Rotting Prometheans pulling back. Deckhand mobs moving up now. Looking to get some damage in. Mortars landing in. Very good shot there on this Lothern Seaguard unit, getting some good value. The Fireborn just get absolutely dumpstered by the Black Spot here, as well as probably Noctilus, who probably fired a volley off at these guys. Losing the Fireborn and getting nothing out of them is very painful, and Fabrosi is looking like might be running away with this game. Another good mortar shot, more damage from Noctilus, man. And Altharian just isn't making much of an impact here. And I don't know what the Fire Mage has done. There have been any burning heads. Doesn't feel like it. I mean, only 2 kills. I feel like Tabith might have just forgotten about the Firecaster here. What you need to do, Lothern Seaguard, they can fire at the Deckhand mobs as they move in. They can do respectable damage there. And then the Burning Head Caster needs to be hitting the backline. Needs to be killing the handguns, as well as the bomber mobs. And then the High Elves need to like move up and reinforce to counterpunch against the Rotting Prometheans and the Morghuls as they're trying to engage the Lotherns here. Poking at Noctilus here now that he's in range, but it's going to take a long time to kill him without a bunch of AP. And he's got, 9,000 health. He's doing just fine. It doesn't matter too much that he's getting poked a little bit here. Rotting Prometheans moving up. Eltharion getting hit by a Wraithstorm, although like all of the Wraithstorm shots miss. Very unfortunate. This does a lot of damage, but only if it actually hits what it's supposed to be landing on. And I've noticed that against single entities, sometimes the missile portion of the attack can be incredibly inaccurate. Don't ask me what that's about. It just seems to miss all around the target instead of actually colliding with them. And it does seem to be like a 50-50, Not like a genuine bug, but definitely a little bit of a funky targeting priority chowder. Noctilus moving forward. He is out of ammo. 1,700 values, respectable. This is why I would like to see a gunnery wipe with this guy on occasion.
No.
Just with restock so that he can do stuff in the mid-game. Because he sucks in combat on this thing. Urhager's Pride going down. Eltharion dies. And the Vampire Coast just has all the advantages in the world. Playing on that middle point, probably a really bad idea. You want to play the low ground objectives and try and avoid the focus fire. By hiding in the woods, capping early, and then running away with the Illyrian Reaver Archers would have been a good idea as well. Build up your Rangers. I don't think you need Silver Helms. Or maybe you do. What do you need to protect yourself against Morghuls? It is good to be able to countercharge these guys. What would be a good high elf build against Vampire Counts or Coast? I actually think Imric on his horse might be a good idea. But Tyrion's a little bit more independent. Yeah, probably Tyrion. He just heals, and he's got Sunfang, which can help clear chaff. And Sunfang is actually pretty strong. I actually think it's well worth 200 gold in a lot of matchups. You bring your Fire Mage with Burning Head. You don't need the Book of Hoeth, in my experience. Starwood Staff is nice. You can maybe bring this guy on foot. Against the Vampire Coast, there's not a lot to threaten him. There's Silostra on a crab, and that's about it. Stay reasonably safe otherwise, and just run around and be a terror. Do you want double mage, just in case? I actually think a double mage here isn't a bad idea, because we saw Tabith also get run over by the Rotting Leviathan build. And I think Plague of Rust is actually a pretty decent option here. And then Searing Doom as well, I guess. I don't know. Maybe just Plague of Rust. Although I think maybe you bring both, just in case. Searing Doom just does a lot of damage. If you're bringing the mage in because you need the damage against the Depth Guard, you can just double up on Plague of Rust as well as Searing Doom to, like, really wear them out quickly. And this is a matchup where I think Spears might actually be straight up good. Because they've got better HP than Lothern Seaguard. They don't have a missile of their own, but you can just back them up with a bunch of archers. If you really want, you can do 2 more Lotherns. You probably want some Illyrian Reaver archers instead. Something like this. Maybe you can give these guys chevrons. Yeah, whatever. Something like that works. Don't need to get too into it. Bolt Thrower. Maybe. Probably not, though. Rangers are good chaff clear. Puremain Company, if you do need to kill some Depth Guard in melee, you want to try and avoid that, of course. Sometimes it can be helped, though. They can assist in that regard. The Grey have Stalk and Snipe. Maybe they'd be a cheeky option to have. I actually think these guys might be really good in this matchup. Maybe you don't bring the Puremain Company because you got Plague of Rust here. You're going to have a ton of Winds of Magic with double Starwood Staff. This gives you so much extra WOM. You can cast magic for days with these guys. Tyrion duels big characters really well. He's hard to shoot down. 2 Silver Helms, Fireborn. Probably don't want Illyrian Reavers. They don't do that much. Be better off bringing more of the Archer variant instead. And you got 800 gold, so you can bring the Storm Riders. And just for the Fire at Will and, you know, Vanguard deployment, they can come out and help lock down a threatened objective. I'd be curious to see what the Grey can do, at least. Probably not a super meta option. Probably do Rahagra's Pride. It's something to think about. There's a potential, there's some potential teeth with this build. Or you can do like this. And, sure, a War Lion. Just watch this one. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, this was an unfortunate game for the Vampire Coast. They were not prepared for the death shrieks, and these things were able to sit behind some forests and just chunk away. Kind of ruined the poor Vampire Coast's day. I don't think we watched this one. Let's take a look at it, dude. I've been noticing there's not been restrictions on Wrathmongers. So we're starting to see people bringing triple Wrathmongers again. Which is kind of insane. I mean, but why not? I mean, they're an incredible unit anyways. Why wouldn't you just, like, throw them out onto the field? There's nothing to stop you. Chariots can work against the Vampire Coast, but, not all chariots are created equal, so to speak. Oh, yeah, okay, hold on, let me pause real quick. Just so we can talk for a minute about some of the points that people are making. Gunnery mobs do have more models. The extra 40 models, that makes a big difference for the damage output. And chariots are okay against Vampire Coast. They do actually have a decent amount of mass with like Mournguls and stuff. And Mournguls do have Frostbite to lock your chariots down speed-wise, which can be really painful. You need to be very careful of that, but if you micro your chariot really well, absolutely you can use chariots against the coast. You just need to make sure they have 2,000 mass or thereabouts for like maximum efficiency pulling in and out of combat. Wrathmonger build, just gonna be rushing in, man. Yuklin loving these infantry heavy builds to open, which for Khorne, not really a bad call. I mean, your infantry is probably the strongest tab on your entire roster. Everything that you build around your infantry benefits immensely from having it to begin with. So, we'll see how the Wrathmongers are able to do here. Tomb Kings have some answers to Wrathmongers. Cetra is pretty good at trampling them on his big mount, but if he gets locked in combat against these guys, there's not a lot that's going to save him. Because they just smack everything around that stays in combat against them. Chosen the Gods. Firing in against Marauders, big mistake. Definitely wasting your time. Not that big of a threat. Marauders are honestly pretty terrible against the Tomb Kings because they've got mediocre leadership. And there's a lot of terror and fear available to really mess with them. So they can struggle mightily in this matchup. The Wrathmongers do take some pretty substantial damage now that the Chosen of the Gods are aiming at them. And the Screaming Skull Catapults also get a good shot in here. I'm doing a little bit of poke, but these guys do get up in the woods now. They lose 4 models on the way in, but that's not the end of the world. They will be able to grind against skeletons for literal ages. I mean, they're going to have absolutely no problem bullying those guys around. And the other 2 Wrathmongers get in pretty uncontested. Definitely want this Wrathmonger to be moving up, trying to get on top of the Sepulchral Stalkers here. Skulltaker can fight here. Yeah, Minotaurs can help mop this up, and the Bloodwake Berserkers and this Wrathmonger unit need to just, like, rush all of these range tools down. And Cetra's not going to be able to kill all of those guys. It's just going to be a little too much. I think the Wrathmongers are just going to outmuscle the Tomb Kings. Maybe not the most exciting thing for Khorne to do against the Tomb Kings, but sometimes you just take what you can get. Khorne has a lot of very inefficient units into the Tomb Kings. They've got some really good units, but oftentimes these are the tools that get limited the most, like the Wrathmongers. You know, Minotaurs are pretty solid, but they can fall off as well against the Tomb Kings, just because, you know, they can get poked apart by missiles pretty badly, and charged down by really cheap cavalry sometimes. If they're getting rear charged, they can take a lot of damage that way. Khorne is just all over this Tomb Kings build right now, though. The points being fairly well controlled by Khorne. They did lose the number 3. Nobody's taken the number 1. So you do see this a lot from Khorne, where they'll just go full bore to try and push down their opponent's main force early, and they either win here, and the lack of caps doesn't really harm them all that much, especially if their opponent's not capping the other objectives, and then they just cap everything after the fact. Or they, you know, play like a wide-ish build. Although going wide against the Tomb Kings, I've played the Tomb Kings a lot as Khorne, and I almost always find that going a little bit narrower is gonna serve you better. Especially if you're able to bring like really stalwart infantry units that can at least do damage to the big SEs as they're running through. Because the skeleton spears and archers just don't do enough damage against armor to make a difference against Wrathmongers and Chaos Warriors with halberds and stuff like that oftentimes. That's where the Chosen of the Gods and the Sepulchral Stalkers come in. But Khorne, just with lots of Minos and being able to like use the Wrathmongers to clear the front line and push into the secondary and get good engages, usually is going to be able to kill those without too many issues, as long as they've got their really good backup units. And man, the Wrathmongers just running away with this game right now. Oh my god. One of them has got 1300 value, well on its way to paying for themselves. Bloodweight Berserkers very healthy, well on their way to paying for themselves. And the Minotaurs just, you know, killed Cetra with the help of Skulltaker there, who has 1600 value in his own right. And the Tomb Kings probably needed to play a little bit more kitey. They did kind of just let Khorne waddle up into them and just take him to Pound Town, man. Just running away, trying to avoid the Wrathmongers would have been not a bad idea. They've got some Nehekara warriors engaging the Wrathmongers here, but not getting a lot done. These guys just hold so well, and their stats are just so juicy. 48 melee defense, even after getting exhausted. The Bloodwake Berserkers are even better. One of the best RORs in the game. Easy peasy. Armor sundering, magic attacks, flaming attacks, all the goodies that you could ask for from a unit. And these guys are only 250 gold more than a standard Wrathmonger.
I knew it.
See, Elk-Lin just going, like, hard to paint for the really expensive stuff and benefiting immensely from having made that decision. Bloodbeast doing a good job of controlling the flanks. Minotaurs, they doubled their value. Yeah, pretty nice. Pretty nice. For Khorne, at least. Tomb King's probably pretty peeved after that battle. It's not fun getting pushed down like that. Oh yeah, the Lion Chariots are a pretty good bet. So maybe you bring some Lion Chariots and try to use them to clear out a lot of the chaff, while you use your archers and Lotherns and stuff like that to poke away at the missile units. And then maybe you don't even need to bring a Firecaster, and you can just bring the Metal Mage.
Together we have destroyed
Save some money.
torn down the feeble cities of the weak, and proven ourselves worthy. We shall drown them in their own blood and guts. Glory to the Master!
Let's go! Wulfric's pretty awesome. He sounds the most like, out of all of the Warhammer characters, he sounds the most like Arnold Schwarzenegger, in my opinion. You know, he's like evil Conan the Barbarian, basically. He does wear a little bit more clothing, to be fair, though. That is one big difference. But he's pretty cool, man. And he's going to be very nice to have here. Because Lore of Boats is insanely powerful against even chaff infantry. Really good against missile lines as well, so... You gotta be very careful about the spacing on your units going into Norsca for that very reason. We've got a Death Sorcerer. We've got Doom and Darkness is just not good against the undead. Their crumbling just doesn't hurt them that much. Doom and Darkness is very good against demons, though. If you can get demons leadership low, and then hit them with the D&D, and crumble them out, big money, because demonic instability is so freaking painful. Archers poking away, Wulfric, you know, hiding in the trees here. Legatus doing a very good job of positioning units that are expensive away from the eyes of the Chosen of the Gods here. Oh, and a really good Spirit Leech, man. Grand Hierophant Kotep is the choice here. This is a very odd spell choice here. Not that Petra's Incantation of Righteous Smiting isn't, like, decent. It lasts a long time, it's cheap, and it gives a big boost to missile units. I would say, though, that you're better served bringing Nerus, Usirians, and Jaffs. Way more consistent spell options. Usirians may not be super good here, though. And I say that just for the simple reason that, whoa, what the hell? Wow, okay. Hold on. How much... What does the upgraded version do? Oh, reload skill. I was like, why is this showing them as having 242 extra weapon strength here? That would be why, because they're firing every 4 seconds. Holy jeez. Dude, you can, like, overcast that, use it, and they'll fire all their shots off in, like, 2 casts of that. Really nice Sea Fang. You can see it just chewing through the front line of the Tomb Kings here. Marauder Berserker is getting hammered, though, and we do have Skinwolves bulldozing through the front line. Wulfric moving up in as well. And, yeah, kind of shutting these guys down before they can really make use out of that spell cast, unfortunately. They did get some good shots in, though. I mean, they got some pretty respectable value. But Norsca's going to grind through this flank, potentially. And really shut down the Tomb King's range tools. Although it is Famir great weapons. Lots of Berserkers. Wait. Oh, the Skinwolf Werekin is hiding back here. I don't know how many characters you really need to be bringing. I mean, the Werekin is a good hedge against Cetra. He is actually a pretty good idea to bring. Probably in reserve. I think as Norsca, you need to build up a little bit against the Tomb Kings, especially against this Tomb Kings build. Because there's so many chaff that even if they're not doing a lot of damage, they are just like flooding the field enough that Chosen the Gods are able to escape and find safety. And the other Ushabti Greatbow, I mean, it might be able to escape with all these guys folding in. And Norsca, I don't know what they're gonna do with all of these units that they've managed to get into combat here. Just looking really vulnerable, just not able to grind out enough value. I like Marauder Berserkers, but I do think you need to be pretty careful about bringing them against chaff-heavy factions like this. Especially ones that can bring a lot of bow units. And honestly, this is a pretty good counter to Norsca's stronger tools, man. Because bringing Cetra's going to be real squishy against, you know, Skinwolves, Famir Great Weapons, Skinwolf Werekins. Going cheap with Kotep and just bringing all this shooting and Skelly Spears and stuff. Paying off pretty nice. They're able to shoot down all the Marauders. You know, the Skinwolves are faltering pretty badly here. I think it's just too many Famir as well. You gotta pick a lane, I think. You either bring Famir and no Skinwolves, or you bring Skinwolves and no Famir. And I do think Famir can work at times, but I don't think that they're all that strong, generally speaking. I mean, you can see they just kind of fell apart here. I mean, they just got surrounded and dragged down by cheap spears and some Ushabti who got summoned in, missiles shooting them. The bows did really well. Pretty much across the board. This really wide Tomb King style. Looking real nice, especially with the fact that the Ushabti and the Chosen of the Gods survived the dive attempt and are now in position with a lot of support to be able to just poke away in the late game. And we do have some Skeleton Chariots out. You got some cheeky back cap attempts coming in. Tomb Kings are not super far ahead, though, now. We do have Skinwolves running off the field here. If we just see the Famir get chased down, though, I think the Tomb Kings are going to be alright. Even though they don't have a lot of like high-quality stuff out on the field, I think it'll be good enough to be able to take this game. Nekar Horsemen chasing here, Armored Skinwolves here, Spears and Skelly Warriors holding the line against the Marauder Champions. Marauder Champions will be able to grind through like multiple successive waves of the Skelly Spears and Warriors. Tomb Guard up on the home objective, trying to cap this back. Oh, and another Tomb Guard here too, which is nice. Both of them should be good enough. Lots of Skeleton Horse Archers coming down. And the Nekara Horsemen chasing off the Skinwolf Werekin. So, typically Norska's got enough regen that it can be a little deceptive if they're down early. I think that they haven't gotten a lot of regen, though, because a lot of their regenerating units have been chased off. So, it's a pretty true value lead for the Tomb Kings. I think it might be a little deceptive. Because they've kind of ignored Wulfric. The Shaman Caster's taken some reasonable damage, but doesn't provide that much value. And it's mostly been the infantry and the Monsters Infantry of Norska that have suffered the worst of the fights here. Skinwolves moving in. Don't let them get a jump on you. You don't want to lose your Skelly Horse Archers here. That's one way that Norska can get back into this game, is by grinding down a lot of the mobility, and then just getting up infantry to grind through the chaff, since a lot of the bow units are running low on ammunition here. Chosen the Gods still providing some decent value. They're doing big damage to these champions. Skinwolves need to circumvent the not the Horse Archers, the Skelly Archers, and get on top of the Chosen of the Gods, so they can't fire off the rest of their ammo here, man. They've got a decent amount left. Catapults back here. Horsemen just can't chase this damn Werekin off. They're spending a lot of time faffing about over here. Norska barely hanging on to their back point. Skinwolf Werekin chewing up the Horse Archers pretty badly, but they are fighting Tomb Guard Halberds now. Not great for them. Probably not going to be able to last. Doom and Darkness actually hitting the Skelly Spears. Helping to wear them down, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I still don't think that's super applicable or all that useful. Kotep did die, and I can't help but feel like, man, oh man, would some Neru's protections be really good here for mitigating the damage of the Marauder Berserkers, as well as Usirians. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, also decent against infantry. It's a double strength Melkoths, basically. How can you resist, for real? It's not great against Skinwolves and stuff, but Legatus is losing the Skinwolves pretty badly. They're not doing too hot. These Nekar Horsemen just need to keep chasing these guys off the field so they can't regen any. Definitely doing a pretty decent job there, but loses the middle. Norsca is able to take that back, and the Brutes of the Hound are back out on the field, man. Lega didn't hear no bell. May not have been going well early, but Tomb Kings are one of those factions that tend to value trade well early and then fall apart in the late game. So sometimes, even if you're losing against them, just continuing to throw your units out onto the field to try and grind down what the Tomb Kings have available isn't a bad idea, because they can struggle to make it happen. Screaming Skull Catapult trying to finish off this Marauder Champion. Just, you know, these guys are out here neoing around the shots, not able to land any solid blows here. Brutes of the Hound chewing through some of the infantry, fighting the Kefir Guard, which is a pretty even fight. Probably Kefir Guard favored, though, just because they have regen. The Brutes of the Hound don't. They've also got a little more armor, which can help them survive. On top of that, they also circumvent the physical resistance. Alright, I'm going to amend my statement. I think the Kefir Guard just, like, win this combat mega hard, now that I'm thinking about it. God, man, the Brutes of the Hound are such a cool unit. They just are so mediocre. It's so sad. I think the regular Marauder Berserkers probably a little more consistent at value trading, although maybe not, man. Because these guys are at least unbreakable, so they've got that going for them. And they're, the other Marauder Berserkers are just getting run over. How'd the Skeleton Archers do? Double value on that one. This one's coming back out. It caught almost 800 value as well. Horse Archer's doing okay. Wolfric hanging out in the back here. Doesn't have any more Sea Fang. No more Hunter of Champions. Just because there's no heroes or lords. 1600 value. Man, I feel like the Marauder Champions are just better if you want high quality infantry in this matchup. The Berserkers just don't seem to cut it, man. They're very vulnerable to chariots as well. These chariots have been intercepted by the Skinwolves, thankfully for Norsca, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. We've got the Kefir Guard up on the point now. Brutes of the Hound got 1200 value on 2 lives. Not very efficient. They're 1,000. I think they cost 1,000 gold. So, you know, they could have done better for sure. Oh, come on, kill him. Yeah, there we go. Took his arm off. Brutal. Jeez, guys. Screaming Skull Catapults, this is one risk of using them. Sometimes they can friendly fire pretty badly. They'll kill a lot of your own stuff if you're not careful, but they do break the Marauder Spearman here. Wolfric gets locked up by Nekar Horseman as well. Very even game on the value trading. Norsca's gonna win just because they've been holding these freaking points, dude. This is crazy. Just able to scrap evenly enough. And that again, man, Tomb Kings, their bad cap weight just can't do it. They cannot hack it in the late game scenarios. So unfortunate, man. I think that a lot of the Skeleton Horse Archers were not given very good fights, and they didn't get a lot of value. And what durable infantry there was, there's not enough of it. And Norsca's going to take a win there. Very nice from Legatus playing the objectives. You know, capped the home objective early for the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings did get some good value trading early, but then when they had to recontest, even though they got back on their home point eventually, Legatus just immediately rotated over. took the middle, held it off from the Tomb Kings. And the Tomb Kings did try to dive onto the back objective pretty aggressively a couple of times, which never worked out for them. That bad cap weight, man. The Horse Archers would have been better on the middle, holding on to it, and on the back point here, because they've got way better cap weight than the infantry that the Tomb Kings do. Two cap weight across the board on literally everything in that starting army. 4 cap weight on all of the horseman variants is much better. And I think Eyes of the Desert would have been really nice. They're not amazing against Skinwolves, but they can do pretty good damage with the laser eyes, of course. And being able to kill Wulfric potentially by sneaking up on him and just blasting him would be nice. And some better magic options for Grand Hierophant Kotep would have been good too. Righteous Incantation is just not gonna hack it on a regular basis. Yeah, we can get rid of Cetra, and we can build around Kotep. You could bring him on a Casket of Souls. He's super squishy that way, though, so I'd be careful. Nerus, Usirians, Jaffs, if you upgrade it, gives a bonus versus large, which can be really nice, so I recommend bringing it. Against Norsca, at least. You bring Restless Dead, you bring Sandstorm. Arcane Conduit, yeah, you need. Pretty cheap. Not too expensive. My Will Be Done is just not good. It's only good on maybe, does Khalida get it? Yeah, Khalida gets it. She'd be okay to have it on. And maybe Arcan, but that's it. On Kotep, he's too squishy to have in melee and be near the fighting. I don't think it's that good. And on Cetra, Cetra is just constantly charging, so he's not imbuing that for too long on his units. Not very good there either. And just saving the money would be much better. Blessed Legion of Demonetization is pretty nice. Chosen the Gods, and the Ushabti Greatbow is solid. You could cut these guys. You do 2 Nekar Warriors if you want it. Honestly, though, I don't know how good Ushabti Greatbows in general are. They're better against factions where there's no passive healing, and healing in general. They can do good damage against stuff like, they're okay against dragons, they're good against, like, mammoths. You're not going to see mammoths too often here, though. Like, bigger meteor SCs that are a little more lumbering, they're not going to be very good against Skinwolves or shooting at, like, Wulfric and stuff like that. I actually think a Necropolis Knight Halberd could be really good in reserve here. Screaming Skull Catapult's nice. A new Shabti for some mass would be good. Or you can forego that. And there you go. You can do something like that. I like the Archers. I like the Chosen of the Gods. Starting with some Skelly Horse Archers for an early cap would be really good. Nekar Horsemen I just don't think are all that powerful. Like, they are a straight upgrade, but for 250 more gold, how much more are they really going to accomplish? If you really want to bring them. Just have really good micro, make maximum effect out of them that way. I think some melee shops here are really good to call. And maybe just the regular old Sepulchral Stalkers are good, but Eyes of the Desert can work. Bring in the Kefir Guard. Bring 2 of these guys for more cap weight. I don't think you need Tomb Guard Halberds against Norsca. Not that they're bad, but they're a little immobile. And they, you know, they're not going to do well against Norscan infantry. It's because they got low armor. And don't have very good melee attack. Kefirgard and the Nehekara warriors can at least trade evenly or better into the Berserkers and Marauder Corps. Necropolis Knights are there to like hammer down anything that's getting a little too rowdy in your backline. Eyes of the Desert, they come in and they can shoot at stuff. Ushabti, they can help grind against infantry with all your chaff available on the field, and you just want to focus fire everything down. That's, you know, infantry chaff clearing, or just like a really big beastie that's trying to kill your Ushabti Greatbows and stuff. Alright guys, I'm going to do one more replay, and I will be doing another stream at some point this week to cover our remaining matchups. We saw this one. I don't have too many more. Maybe I'll do another one of those videos where I just do a blitz. Like a 2-hour blitz of going through all of the remaining replays, but, you know, I'll think about it. I'll definitely cover the remainder. That you don't have to worry about. Let's get in on Suga and Legatus. We've got the we've got SC Blob here. Not as powerful for Kislev as it once was, but respectable, can still work. There are definitely vulnerabilities to it, of course. You don't have a lot of cap weight, 1. 2, your healing is limited. You can't just heal forever as Kislev. You know, your Patriarchs only get 3 uses of their Solyax, and when that's gone, that's no more heals. Frostworms are very good against large targets and reasonably good against infantry, but if they get stuck and you don't have anything to peel for them, that's just it. That's gonna just be the end of the road for them. Hawks of Miska and Hailstorm, honestly pretty good spell options against Norska. Is there anything else that would be a good idea to bring? If you bring this Lore of Magic, I cannot recommend enough bringing the Lore passive, because it debuffs speed. Cut the Snowflake Pendant, and yeah, just cut the Snowflake Pendant and get the Lore passive, because it lowers speed by 25%, like I said. That's pretty awesome. That's going to be absolute nightmare for Norska as well, who's trying to lock horns with you in a head-up fight. That'd make it a little easier to run around and disengage with the single entities you got. Marauders moving in. Frostworms, Patriarch, Ice Witch moving forward. Just need to keep them all together. They should never ever separate. If they just all move together, it should be fine, and they'll have a pretty good time. So getting into the Marauders. Marauders not going to be loving this position to be in. I would not send the Spears in right now. If you blob up... Honestly, this is enough for a Hawks of Miska cast. We'll see how it rotates through. Alright, where you start your vortexes off is very important. I think, personally, yeah, casting it right here would have been the better call, because this is where the most overlap between the units is going on. And it's not hitting, it's not really hitting both units. Barely hitting the Marauders, in fact. And they're just persevering through that. Fight or Die also got activated and gave the Marauders extra leadership, and actually the Wintertooth Crown being procced, giving Unbreakable to everything in this radius, which is really nice. Now that it's worn off, a lot of the stuff is running away, but this Patriarch, unfortunately, a little bit out of position in Throg, as well as the Fimir Great Weapons, finding a really nice opportunity to just absolutely hammer these guys while the Skin Wolves fold in from the other side. Spearmen hanging in. Marauders, just numbers pushing up to try and keep the Kislevite forces back. Not going to trade too well here. The Griffin Legion get an amazing charge and just flatten this Marauder. Definitely don't want to stop here. They got good damage, but they really need to get up over here and help out a little bit more with the fight against Throg and everything. One Patriarch, yeah, one Patriarch is dead. That sucks, dude. That's losing so much healing. Not able to persevere and survive through all that. And the Frostworms just aren't going to be able to do enough damage here. They're not doing badly. They've gotten some respectable value, but the Ice Witch has gotten beaten to death. I mean, she is broken. Oh, she's shattered, actually, which is even worse. The Snow Leopard summon is about to go down. Not that it's doing too much damage. Other Patriarch is routing. Oh, the other one didn't die. It is alive. Pops the Salyax. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though, to save everything. Just a little too much anti-large. Oh, and the Javelins come forward, dude. Oh, brutal. Yeah, I think Norsca is just too good against monsters to be trying this out. You're better off going wider as Kislev here. Your infantry are going to pound for pound beat the majority of the Kislevite, or not the Kislevite, but the Norscan infantry. You've got good horse archers as well to poke at range with. Just frustrating the Norscan's efforts at, like, you know, getting big value early and then consolidating on points is how you're going to be able to win this matchup. Daj's Hearth Guards, how are they doing? Not amazingly. Doing alright. Why are they not doing so well? What's going on here? They're chipping in here. They're doing some reasonable damage. It'd be nice to get them a Salyax right now. Salyax and then pop Daj's War Song here. Just to get them their full vigor back. Then they can help finish off the Marauder champions. God, this game sounds so freaking good, dude. Not the weird rage passive shenanigans that are going on with Norsca right now. I don't know what that's about, but the actual chirps from the characters, you know, the sound of their weapons clashing together is also pretty nice. Just really good, man. Very consistent stuff. Like I said, for every misstep CA has, they do like 2 or 3 other things so well that it honestly, it makes up for all the little things, in my opinion. I can't stay mad at them for too long. You know, I need to give credit where it's due. The Streltsy coming out. Yeah, I mean, the SEs, they're a cool idea. I just don't think that Kislev is going to win games consistently with that particular style. You need to have pretty godlike micro to make it work. You don't... I'm thinking about it, you don't have to go super wide Kislev. You can bring some of the bigger monsters if you want to, but you're a combined arms faction. Like, some factions very much fit certain themes, and Kislev's is, like a hammer and anvil approach with, like, massed fire backing it up. Like forcing your opponent to advance into you because you are outranging them significantly, able to like really poke away from range and lock down other objectives. Force your opponent forward, and then you use your Winged Lancers to like hammer rear charges home, or just being able to hit stuff in the open field and really chip it down. These Famir Fimir Great Weapons, 2,700 value. Absolute chads, dude. This other one here, the Miststalker's coming in. Ah, yeah. Okay, so, you know, the Fimir Great Weapons can be a little hit or miss, but the Miststalkers are amazing all the time. And the reason for that, so regular Fimir only cause fear, right? They also don't have Stalk. Guess what the Miststalkers have? They're 300 gold more expensive, but they've got better stats, which, you know, all Arwars do, so that's not that much to hurrah about. They've got Vanguard deployment, Stalk, and they cause terror, so they got a lot going for them that the other variants don't. I find them to be really consistent, and they are honestly half decent at doubling up with Skin Wolves. Just because they get in there, they sunder armor on big stuff. Skin Wolves can kill anything that the Fimir can't handle, and vice versa. And all you need to do is, like, throw a Marauder underneath the two for maximum effect, and you got a really dangerous little death blob of monstrous infantry that way. It's nice. I love using them in tandem with one another. Hawks of Miska going down. It's really nice, Hawks of Miska, because it doesn't do damage to friendlies. Like, there's not a lot of Vortex spells that can make that same claim. And it makes all the difference for keeping your stuff from just getting absolutely bulldozed by your own friendly magic. Discouraged being procced on the Miststalkers here. They're very low. They might break in a second. That would be pretty brutal. But, I mean, Kislev is just gassed on every other possible front of the battlefield. How'd the Hunters do? They got about 1,000 value, almost doubled up on their performance for their cost. Our champions doing okay. Yeah, Legatus just has a lot of supplies in reserve. Probably doesn't need to be saving that many. I mean, I would get, like, one Marauder for each of these points. I'd get the Beast of Tashnar out as well, and then you'd have a little bit in the bank to then save up for a Skin Wolf. You don't super need infantry, but I tend to find that the best way to just, like, guarantee and secure objectives is to have, like, a full health infantry unit of some kind on each objective that you own, if you can develop that out in the mid-game, like Legatus should be able to here. Because it gives you a leg up if your opponent's trying to send stuff over to cap, because then you've got, you know, 5 cap weight here. If they send cavalry over, well, you can't out-cap the infantry. You have to engage. That's where you can, like, make a decision on where to send a Skin Wolf that you're saving up for. And you can just, you can more actively defend all of the objectives without having to, like, be chasing stuff all the time with your own mobility. You can just, like, force your opponent in and punish them at that point. And it's also nice because if you bring out, like, a Marauder here onto the middle point, you can then have something to let your Marauder Hunters with the Javelins just sit behind. Make it that much more difficult for your opponent to access them, potentially isolate them in the open field if you make a mistake. Just an idea. I mean, to be fair, what Legatus was doing also wasn't a bad idea. And being so far ahead doesn't really matter, I guess. Throg got good value. Balefane of Shadows got good value. I don't even remember what spells we had there. Thought I saw Pit of Shades and Melkoths. Not really all that important, I guess. The big win was just killing the SEs. They didn't get a lot of value anywhere. And the Fimir just shined, dude. They did great. Even the Miststalkers, who didn't have a lot of infantry to fight, did reasonably well. I don't know about bringing all these things in the woods against Norsca either, because they'll just get folded up by Skin Wolves. They're okay against the infantry. But, you're bringing Hawks of Miska for infantry clear already. I guess it's anti-armored infantry, but you also got your mobility, and you should really be leaning on those guys to help clean out the heavily armored stuff. And you can just bring out more Streltsy instead. Streltsy to poke at range and mutually support one another. They can also double up as a melee fighter if they have to help the Winged Lancers and the Griffin Legion out. And you've got lots of terror for with Frostworms and stuff to be able to support. Dash's Hearthguard also here. Yeah, I just don't think they're going to be able to shine here consistently. Alright. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Give me a sec. Let me make sure that I'm answering everybody's questions in here. Optimal use of Fimir. Wolfric Schwarzenegger. Fimir are best in matchups where there's lots of enemy missiles and you also need the magic damage. So, against Tzeentch, Fimir are excellent because Tzeentch actually doesn't have a ton of AP shooting. And the Fimir's 50% missile resist is just fat and juicy anyways, and Tzeentch has demons. So if your opponent goes with a bunch of pink horrors, which isn't a bad idea just because they have flaming attacks and magic damage for Skinwolves, Fimir counter these guys and are able to clear through them pretty easily while also being a reasonably good counter to warrior walls. So for that reason, I recommend Fimir into most of the Monogod demon factions. Slaanesh is the exception. I think Fimir are very bad against Slaanesh, unfortunately. Slaanesh just has too much AP. They'll just chew the Fimir up in melee combat. Khorne, you probably want to limit your number of Fimir. You want to bring like one great weapon and maybe one of the, then bring the Miststalkers. And you need to be very careful how you engage them. But Nurgle and Tzeentch, you've got a very good Fimir core to utilize against these guys and can do some very good damage to them. Other matchups where they can be decent, Miststalkers good into pretty much every Chaff faction because of the terror. And they can be very good for clearing enemy, like Black Orcs and stuff like that, just because they hit so hard. And they sunder armor, so your Marauder champions can get in and sit with your Miststalkers and do reasonably well. Stacked together. Again, they also support Skinwolves reasonably well. What are the factions where I think they do the worst? Probably pretty terrible against Ogre Kingdoms. Skaven, I don't think they'll be very useful against. Warriors of Chaos, they can do alright against, but you do also need to be very careful of, like, Rotting Riders, Skull Crushers. Skull Crushers are actually pretty good now. Beware. Lizardmen, they won't be very effective against either, because lizards have Coldwind Spear Riders, who will do big damage to your Fimir. The Miststalkers can work against the Dowie with the Stalk, but that's it. Dark Elves are not a very good matchup for Fimir either, despite the missile resistance. Because Skinwolves having regeneration and being super fast is more important than the missile res. Just because all of this AP damage is gonna just overwhelm the Miststalkers and the Fimir in general eventually. Like, Fimir are good against factions that don't have a lot of AP missiles. AP missiles will eventually just wear these guys down despite their really high missile resistance. They can do okay against the High Elves, but, you know, High Elves just aren't that good in general. Beastmen are not a very good faction for Famir. Because you've got Skinwolves who are going to be a little bit better against everything that the Beastmen have access to, and then any faction, like Khorngors, are just going to munch on the Miststalkers and Famir in general. So that is one thing you need to be careful about in the Khorne matchup, but Khorne doesn't bring tons of Khorngors anymore. You'll see like 2 or 3, maybe more on the upper end of the spectrum for the builds. But people have figured out just how vulnerable Khorngors at range are. And Norska actually has some pretty good tools for poking Khorngors down at a distance without having to engage them. You just got lots of Marauder Horsemen. You've even got Hunter Javelins who are pretty respectable there. I mean, you can just bring a shitload of Marauder Hunters, in fact, and poke all of the Khornate units pretty effectively. Especially the armor-piercing axe variant, who are honestly pretty underrated in my opinion, with the shield breaker and the big AP values that they've got. And they fire really fast, every 8 seconds, you know. Just like the Javelin variant, but with the added benefit of all of the armor-piercing. So there's quite a few things that you can do to hammer down the Khorngors, and then the Famir can help against the Chaos Warriors of Forsaken. Really, you bring the Famir here not because they're a great unit that counters everything Khorne has, but because they don't get countered in turn by all of the fire damage that Khorne can bring out. Because I'm telling you, Norscan Ice Trolls and Skinwolves do not like the Khorne matchup because of Forsaken. Forsaken actually trade very well into Norscan Ice Trolls and Skinwolves with just a little bit of support to back them up. It's pretty nice. Also, Chosen are a real pain in the ass for Norska. Chosen are very good into Norska as well. It's because they are impossible to break. They have crazy melee stats, so you can't cycle charge them, because these guys just don't even care about that. They've got a respectable charge bonus in their own right, and with all this melee attack and melee defense and the fire damage, they're going to munch on a lot of the stuff that might try to engage them in combat that has regen. Thanks for tuning in, Broccoli. I'll catch y'all around. Bring a couple of 100 Javelin units against Kislev in reserve to counter the Goon Squad strat. You just don't see the Goon Squad that much. The Marauder Javelins against Kislev, actually, I would say that you want to bring them because you want to shoot down the Kislevite warriors. Not because you're trying to shoot down their cavalry or their SEs. If those units do come out and you get an opportunity, of course you're going to use the Javelins to shoot them. But Marauder Hunter Javelins are actually very good at killing unarmored infantry. And especially halberds. They're excellent against Kislevite warriors. They will clear them pretty quickly. And then you can use your... you can also use metal magic, if need be, to Plague of Rust things, as well as Searing Doom, to give the Javelin Hunters even more damage potential. It's because you lower armor by 60 when you overcast Plague of Rust, and it lasts for frickin' ages. 44 seconds? It's kind of wild how long it lasts. So if you get the opportunity to cast Plague of Rust and throw the Javelins against Streltsy, or, I mean, even against Armored Kossars, yeah, they have silver shields, but even there, with 20 armor, you'll still be able to poke through the shield pretty effectively and do some reasonable damage. Also really good against Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion. That's what I would be bringing the Javelins for. The Javelins can double if there's an SD Goon squad, but they're honestly better for shooting down the Kislevite warriors and stuff. And you will see lots of Kislevite warriors against Kislev. when you're playing as Norska, just because these AP halberds, amazing at holding the front line. They're hard to break, thanks to Buyer Blood. They do big damage to Famir. They do big damage to Throg, Wulfric, if they get caught in there. They hold against Marauders for ages while the backline just fires in and helps clean those guys up. And what else are they good against? Oh, your Skinwolves and everything, obviously. So you got to be very careful of them. They can muck up the works, and they're a bulwark that is deceptively hard to clear if you're trying to engage them in melee combat, because they'll hold for ages against a Marauder front. You cannot rely on Marauders to out-trade them over the course of a long game, because Marauders will get gunned down by all of the Kossars and the armored Kossars. And then what are you left with? Without your front line, your mobility is strong, but not going to be able to carry the game, just because I find that Skinwolves and Trolls and Monstrous Infantry for Norska in general tend to just be very good support and mobile assistance rather than the hard carry units, even if it's the case that they end up with the most value by the end of games if they're used well. You really do need some kind of durable front line. Or just, like, insane damage potential at range with your javelins to, like, poke down a lot of the quick Kislev units. If you can force Kislev's hybrid shooting to, like, advance onto you, and you're able to, like, keep the Javelin Hunters from just getting absolutely wrecked by Kossars at range, then you can be doing some pretty good work against them. There are ways to get around Kislev's, like, massed Kossars to utilize the Javelins effectively. And one of those things is you just use the Marauders early to force Kislevite warriors into a position where they open up gaps. And the Marauders can keep retreating. You can retreat with your Marauder Javelins and see if your opponent's gaps get wider and wider before you really pull the trigger and start to, like, push into the backline with your Ice Wolves, Beast of Tashnar, supporting some Skinwolves and stuff. And then you can use the Marauders to, like, really tie down the Kislev infantry with good Sea Fangs from Wulfric, or just really good, like, Burning Heads, or Melkoths, Pit of Shades, Metal Magic, whatever your choices are as Norska, to help to pummel those Kislevite units. You can really outvalue them that way. Mammoths are honestly not terrible into Kislev either. The thing you gotta look out for there is Streltsy, but outside of Streltsy, these Mammoths are honestly pretty well armored, and they can give you a lot of momentum by just, like, running down a lot of the Kislevites' shooting and just mulching through them. Like, Kossars die to these War Mammoths in droves. You get good buffs and extra leadership from the War Shrine, which is amazing, by the way. One of the better War Shrines in the game. You know how the Chaos War Shrines are kind of terrible? Well, you get all the benefits of the War Shrine with actual damage output. And, you know, a potential carry unit. Like, Giver of Glory gives, reduces vigor and gives a bunch of physical resistance, which is really nice against Kislev, because they don't have a lot of magic damage. They've got, Ice Guard, and they've got Oath Brothers of Tor, as well as, I mean, they're never going to see an Elemental Bear, so you don't even have to worry about that, but that's, like, it. There's no magic damage anywhere else on the roster, hardly. Not that you'll commonly see. So, that extra 20% Phys Res can put in a lot of work to keep your lightly armored infantry healthy. And your opponent then has to choose. They're like, okay, do I shoot this giant-ass War Mammoth that could potentially just roll over all of my infantry? Or do I need to, like, focus down these Javelins, you know? Pushing with these guys in tandem with a nice little Marauder front line, with Wulfric to throw down Seafang, is going to do you a lot of good oftentimes. And you still got 1,550 gold here to work with for the rest of your force. If you want to, you can mix in another Marauder Champion, and then maybe even do another Javelin. There's some wild stuff that Norsca can do that I don't think a lot of people openly explore. Just because Norsca is pretty straightforward as like a aggressive faction, but they do have a lot of kite potential, and I think that people really underestimate the Marauder Hunters. Both variants are actually really strong, but they're better in numbers than they are with just like a handful in total. Because with all your infantry, you can form quite a nasty little bulwark and aggressive push-down strategy by utilizing really high damage missiles en masse to like really fuck your opponent up. Another thing to note that isn't really talked about very often, the Marauder Hunters with the throwing axes actually have really good melee attack. They've got 36 melee attack. And their HP is not amazing at 6,000, but it's fairly respectable for a ranged unit. Because if you want to look at these guys in comparison to another unit with a very similar number of models, Lothern Seaguard have 90 more HP, which isn't all that much. And they've got way better melee attack. Your melee defense is pretty poor, but in a pinch they can double in melee against like chaff infantry. And then you can always like pull them back and use them for any big stuff, and you can get some big damage values out of them if you use them correctly. Very micro-intensive build, though, so take that with a grain of salt. Javelins are more accurate, and they have a little bit more range, so that's why I prefer them. And they have more uptrade potential, just because they can do big damage to the expensive single entities and also the monstrous infantry that you might run into that you want to shoot stuff with. And yes, the Shield Breaker is a debuff to shielded units. It does not affect only the, it doesn't affect just the unit firing, but it also allows the javelins to hit more consistently, because the shielded unit will have debuffed shield block chance across the board. So that is something that you can do. So mixing one or two in can be really nice. There, yeah. It's okay, Sugar. It's a cool build. Kislev just can't abuse the single entity blobs like they used to be able to. You know, CA got really tired of people complaining about it, so it's just outright not that good anymore. Which I think was a good change, truth be told. It can still get some work done, but there's just plenty of counters to it now. And people do generally build to counter Frostworms anyways, because they are really good. They're quite useful. And oftentimes, you'll see Zarina on a Frostworm. This is one of the more meta options for Kislev. So they're going to be bringing some stuff to counter them anyways. So if they see the SE blob, then they're just going to build up more of the good answers. And Norsca's got lots of good SE counters. So it's knowing when and where you can use those single entity blobs to full effect. I think that Norsca and I'd have to think about it. I'll get back to you, but I think against Khorne the SE blob could potentially work. Lots of healing, lots of collision damage to like run over Khornate units. Khorne doesn't have a lot of shooting either. And their anti-large options can be quite strong against SEs. But if they don't get critical damage early, they can fall off really hard and end up routing and putting you in a big hole. And that's where the rest of the single entities can really start to take over for Kislev. But they do have really good infantry, and they can just clear the rest of your army at times if you're not like super ready and geared up for a fight. All right. I've been talking for ages on that last game, so I'm gonna call it. I thank you, everybody who showed up. It's so appreciated. I really love doing this, and you know, the fact that people are learning anything from these streams means a lot. So y'all enjoy it, and I'll catch y'all later. Maybe stream it tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, I'll come back and do the rest of the replays before the next new player tournament, no matter what. So until then, peace out, guys.